The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 4, Varennes, Chapter 8, The Return. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 4, Chapter 8, The Return. So then our grand royalist plot of flight to Metz has executed itself. Long hovering in the background as a dread royal ultimatum, it has rushed forward in its terrors, verily to some purpose. How many royalist plots and projects, one after another, cunningly devised, that were to explode like powder mines and thunderclaps, not one solitary plot of which has issued otherwise. Powder mine of a séance royale on the 23rd of June 1789, which exploded, as we then said, through the touch-hole, which next your war god Broglie, having reloaded it, brought a Bastille about your ears. Then came fervent opera repast, with flourishing of sabres and O Richard, O my King, which, aided by hunger, produces insurrection of women and Pallas Athene in the shape of Demoiselle Théroigne. Valour profits not, neither has fortune smiled on fanfaronade. The Bouillet armament ends as the Broglie one had done. Man after man spends himself in this cause, only to work it quicker ruin. It seems a cause doomed, forsaken of earth and heaven. On the 6th of October, gone a year, King Louis, escorted by Demoiselle Théroigne and some 200,000, made a royal progress and entrance into Paris, such as man had never witnessed. We prophesied him 2 more such, and accordingly another of them, after this flight to Metz, is now coming to pass. Théroigne will not escort here, neither does Mirabeau now sit in one of the accompanying carriages. Mirabeau lies dead in the pantheon of great men. Théroigne lies living in dark Austrian prison, having gone to Liège professionally and been seized there. Bemurmured now by the horse-flowing Danube, the light of her patriot supper parties quite gone out. So lies Théroigne. She shall speak with the Kaiser face to face and return. And France lies how? Fleeting time shears down the great and the little, and in 2 years alters many things. But at all events here, we say, is a second ignominious royal procession, though much altered, to be witnessed also by its hundreds of thousands. Patience, ye Paris patriots, the Royal Berlin is returning. Not till Saturday, for the Royal Berlin travels by slow stages, amid such loud-voiced confluent sea of National Guards, 60,000 as they count, amid such tumult of all people. 3 National Assembly Commissioners, famed Barnave, famed Pétion, generally respectable Latour-Maubourg, have gone to meet it, of whom the 2 former ride in the Berlin itself, beside Majesty, day after day. Latour, as a mere respectability, and man of whom all men speak well, can ride in the rear, with Dame Tourzel and the soubrettes. So, on Saturday evening, about 7 o'clock, Paris, by hundreds of thousands, is again drawn up, not now dancing the tricolor joy dance of hope, nor as yet dancing in fury dance of hate and revenge, but in silence, with vague look of conjecture and curiosity, mostly scientific. A Saint Antoine placard has given notice this morning that whoever insults Louis shall be caned, whosoever applauds him shall be hanged. Behold then at last that wonderful New Berlin, encircled by blue national sea with fixed bayonets, which flows slowly, floating it on through the silent assembled hundreds of thousands. 3 yellow couriers sit atop, bound with ropes. Pétion, Barnave, their Majesties, with Sister Elizabeth and the children of France, are within. Smile of embarrassment or cloud of dull sourness is on the broad, phlegmatic face of His Majesty, who keeps declaring to the successive official persons what is evident. Eh bien, me voilà. Well, here you have me. And what is not evident? I do assure you I did not mean to pass the frontiers. And so forth. Speeches natural for that poor royal man, which decency would veil. Silence is her majesty, with a look of grief and scorn natural for that royal woman. Thus lumbers and creeps the ignominious royal procession through many streets amid a silent gazing people, comparable, Mercier thinks, to some procession de roi de Bazoches, or say procession of King Crispin with his dukes of Sutomania and royal blazonry of cordwainry, except indeed that this is not comic. Ah no, it is comico-tragic, with bound couriers and a doom hanging over it, most fantastic yet most miserably real. Miserablest flexibile ludibrium of a pickle-herring tragedy. It sweeps along there in most ungorgeous pall through many streets in the dusty summer evening, gets itself at length wriggled out of sight, vanishing in the Tuileries Palace, towards its doom of slow torture, peine forte et dure. Populace, it is true, seizes the 3 rope-bound yellow couriers, will at least massacre them. But our august assembly, which is sitting at this great moment, sends out deputation of rescue, and the whole is got huddled up. Barnave, all dusty, is already there in the National Hall, making brief, discreet address and report. As indeed, through the whole journey, this Barnave has been most discreet, sympathetic, and has gained the Queen's trust, whose noble instinct teaches her always who is to be trusted. Very different from heavy Pétion, who, if Campan speaks the truth, ate his luncheon, comfortably filled his wine-glass in the Royal Berlin, flung out his chicken bones past the nose of royalty itself, and on the king saying, "France cannot be a republic," answered, "No, it is not ripe yet." Barnave is henceforth a Queen's adviser, if advice could profit, and Her Majesty astonishes Dame Campan by signifying almost a regard for Barnave, and that in a day of retribution and royal triumph Barnave shall not be executed. On Monday night royalty went. On Saturday evening it returns. So much, within one short week, has royalty accomplished for itself. The pickle-herring tragedy has vanished in the Tuileries Palace towards pain strong and hard, watched, fettered and humbled as royalty never was, watched even in its sleeping apartments and inmost recesses, for it has to sleep with doors set ajar, blue national Argus watching, his eye fixed on the Queen's curtains. Nay, on one occasion, as the Queen cannot sleep, he offers to sit by her pillow and converse a little. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 4, Varennes, Chapter 9, Sharp Shot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 4, Chapter 9, Sharp Shot. In regard to all which, this most pressing question arises: what is to be done with it? Depose it, resolutely answer Robespierre and the thoroughgoing few. For truly, with a king who runs away and needs to be watched in his very bedroom that he may stay and govern you, what other reasonable thing can be done? Had Philippe d'Orléans not been a caput mortuum? But of him, known as one defunct, no man now dreams. Depose it not, say that it is inviolable, that it was spirited away, was enlevé, at any cost of sophistry and solecism, re-establish it. So answer with loud vehemence all manner of constitutional royalists, as all your pure royalists do naturally likewise, with low vehemence and rage compressed by fear, still more passionately answer. Nay, Barnave and the 2 Lameths, and what will follow them, do likewise answer so. Answer with their whole might, terror-struck at the unknown abysses on the verge of which, driven thither by themselves mainly, all now reels ready to plunge. By mighty effort and combination, this latter course, of re-establish it, is the course fixed on, and it shall, by the strong arm, if not by the clearest logic, be made good. With the sacrifice of all their hard-earned popularity, this notable triumvirate, says Toulongion, set the throne up again, which they had so toiled to overturn, as one might set up an overturned pyramid on its vertex to stand so long as it is held. Unhappy France, unhappy in king, queen, and constitution, one knows not in which unhappiest. Was the meaning of our so glorious French Revolution this and no other, that when shams and delusions, long soul-killing, had become body-killing and got the length of bankruptcy and inanition, a great people rose and with one voice said in the name of the highest, "Sham shall be no more"? So many sorrows and bloody horrors, endured and to be yet endured through dismal coming centuries, were they not the heavy price paid and payable for this same total destruction of shams from among men? And now, O Barnave triumvirate, is it in such double distilled delusion and sham even of a sham that an effort of this kind will rest acquiescent? Messieurs of the popular triumvirate, never! But after all, what can poor popular triumvirates and fallible august senators do? They can, when the truth is all too horrible, stick their heads ostrich-like into what sheltering fallacy is nearest, and wait there a posteriori. Readers who saw the Clermontais and 3 bishoprics gallop in the night of spurs, diligences ruffling up all France into one terrific terrified cock of India, and the town of Nantes in its shirt, may fancy what an affair to settle this was. Robespierre on the extreme left, with perhaps Pétion and Lino Goupil, for the very triumvirate has defalcated, a shrieking horse drowned in constitutional clamour. But the debate and arguing of a whole nation, the bellowings through all journals for and against, the reverberant voice of Danton, the Hyperion shafts of Camille, the porcupine quills of implacable Marat, conceive all this. Constitutionalists in a body, as we often predicted, do now recede from the mother society and become feuillants, threatening her with inanition, the rank and respectability being mostly gone. Petition after petition, forwarded by post or borne in deputation, comes praying for judgment and déchéance, which is our name for deposition, praying at lowest for reference to the 83 departments of France. Hot Marseille deputation comes declaring, amongst other things, our Phocian ancestors flung a bar of iron into the bay at their first landing. This bar will float again on the Mediterranean brine before we consent to be slaves. All this for 4 weeks or more, while the matter still hangs doubtful. Emigration streaming with double violence over the frontiers, France seething in fierce agitation of this question and prize question, what is to be done with the fugitive hereditary representative? Finally, on Friday the 15th of July, 1791, the National Assembly decides in what negatory manner we know. Whereupon the theatres all close, the bourne-stones and portable chairs begin spouting, municipal placards flaming on the walls, and proclamations published by sound of trumpet invite to repose with small effect. And so on Sunday the 17th there shall be a thing seen worthy of remembering. Scroll of a petition, drawn up by Brissot, Danton, by Cordeliers, Jacobins, for the thing was infinitely shaken and manipulated, and many had a hand in it. Such scroll lies now visible on the wooden framework of the fatherland's altar for signature. Unworking Paris, male and female, is crowding thither all day to sign or to see. Our fair Roland herself, the eye of history can discern there in the morning, not without interest. In few weeks the fair patriot will quit Paris, yet perhaps only to return. But what with sorrow of balked patriotism, what with closed theatres and proclamations still publishing themselves by sound of trumpet, the fervour of men's minds this day is great. Nay, over and above, there has fallen out an incident of the nature of farce, tragedy, and riddle, enough to stimulate all creatures. Early in the day, a patriot, or some say it was a patriotess, and indeed truth is undiscoverable, while standing on the firm deal-board of fatherland's altar, feels suddenly, with indescribable torpedo shock of amazement, his boot-sole pricked through from below. He clutches up suddenly this electrified boot sole and foot, discerns next instant the point of a gimlet or bradawl playing up through the firm deal-board, and now hastily drawing itself back. A mystery? Perhaps treason? The wooden framework is impetuously broken up, and behold, verily a mystery never explicable fully to the end of the world. 2 human individuals of mean aspect, one of them with a wooden leg, lie ensconced there, gimlet in hand. They must have come in overnight. They have a supply of provisions, no barrel of gunpowder that one can see. They affect to be asleep, look blank enough, and give the lamest account of themselves. Mere curiosity they were boring up to get an eye-hole, to see, perhaps, with lubricity, whatever from that new point of vision could be seen. Little that was edifying, one would think. But indeed, what stupidest thing may not human dullness, pruriency, lubricity, chance and the devil, choosing 2 out of 500,000 idle human heads, tempt them to? Sure enough, the 2 human individuals with their gimlets are there. Ill-starred pair of individuals, for the result of it all is that patriotism, fretting itself in this state of nervous excitability, with hypotheses, suspicions and reports, keeps questioning these 2 distracted human individuals, and again questioning them, claps them into the nearest guard-house, clutches them out again, one hypothetic group snatching them from another, till finally, in such extreme state of nervous excitability, patriotism hangs them as spies of Sieur Motier, and the life and secret is choked out of them for evermore. For evermore, alas! Or is a day to be looked for when these 2 evidently mean individuals, who are human nevertheless, will become historical riddles, and like him of the Iron Mask, also a human individual and evidently nothing more, have their dissertations. To us this only is certain, that they had a gimlet, provisions, and a wooden leg, and have died there on the lantern, as the unluckiest fools might die. And so the signature goes on in a still more excited manner. And Chaumette, for antiquarians possess the very paper to this hour, has signed himself in a flowing saucy hand slightly leaned, an Hébert detestable Père Deschênes, as if an inked spider had dropped on the paper. Usher Maillard had also signed, and many crosses which cannot write. And Paris, through its 1,000 avenues, is welling to the Champ de Mars, and from it, in the utmost excitability of humour, central fatherland's altar quite heaped with signing patriots and patriotesses, and 30 benches and whole internal spaces crowded with onlookers, with comers and goers, one regurgitating whirlpool of men and women in their Sunday clothes. All which a constitutional Sieur Motier sees, and Bailly, looking into it with his long visage made still longer, auguring no good, perhaps déchéance and deposition after all. Stop it, ye constitutional patriots! Fire itself is quenchable, yet only quenchable at first. Stop it, truly, but how stop it? Have not the first free people of the universe a right to petition? Happily, if also unhappily, here is one proof of riot, these 2 human individuals hanged at the lantern. Proof, O treacherous Sieur Motier? Were they not 2 human individuals sent thither by thee to be hanged, to be a pretext for thy bloody drapeau rouge? This question shall many a patriot one day ask, and answer affirmatively, strong in preternatural suspicion. Enough. Towards 7:30 in the evening, the mere natural eye can behold this thing: Sieur Motier, with municipals in scarf, with blue national patrolletism, rank after rank, to the clang of drums, wending resolutely to the Champ de Mars. Mayor Bailly, with elongated visage, bearing, as in sad duty bound, the drapeau rouge. Howl of angry derision rises in treble and bass from 100,000 throats at the sight of martial law, which nevertheless, waving its red sanguinary flag, advances there from the Gros Caillou entrance, advances drumming and waving towards altar of fatherland. amid still wilder howls, with objurgation, obtestation, with flights of pebbles and mud, saxa et facies, with crackle of a pistol shot, finally with volley fire of patrollotism, levelled muskets, roll of volley on volley. Precisely after 1 year and 3 days our sublime Federation field is wetted in this manner with French blood. Some 12 unfortunately shot, reports Bailly, counting by units, but patriotism counts by tens and even by hundreds, not to be forgotten or forgiven. Patriotism flies, shrieking, execrating. Camille ceases journalising. This day great Danton with Camille and Fréron have taken wing for their life. Marat burrows deep in the earth and is silent. Once more patrollotism has triumphed, one other time, but it is the last. This was the royal flight to Varennes. Thus was the throne overturned thereby, but thus also was it victoriously set up again on its vertex, and will stand while it can be held. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 1, Grande Acceptation. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 1, Grande Acceptation. In the last nights of September, when the autumnal equinox is past and grey September fades into brown October, why are the Champs-Élysées illuminated? Why is Paris dancing and flinging fireworks? They are gala nights, these last of September. Paris may well dance, and the universe, the edifice of the Constitution, is completed. Completed, nay, revised, to see that there was nothing insufficient in it, solemnly preferred to His Majesty, solemnly accepted by him, to the sound of cannon salvos, on the 14th of the month. And now, by such illumination, jubilee, dancing, and fireworking, do we joyously hansel the new social edifice, and first raise heat and reek there, in the name of hope. The revision, especially with a throne standing on its vertex, has been a work of difficulty, of delicacy. In the way of propping and buttressing, so indispensable now, something could be done, and yet, as is feared, not enough. A repentant Barnave triumvirate, our Rabaud, Duport, Thuré, and indeed all constitutional deputies, did strain every nerve. But the extreme left was so noisy, the people were so suspicious, clamorous to have the work ended. And then the royal right side sat feeble, petulant all the while, and as it were pouting and petting, unable to help, had they even been willing. The 290 had solemnly made scission before that, and departed, shaking the dust off their feet. To such transcendency of fret and desperate hope that worsening of the bad might the sooner end it and bring back the good, had our unfortunate loyal right side now come. However, one finds that this and the other little prop has been added, where possibility allowed. Civil list and privy purse were from of old well cared for. King's Constitutional Guard, 1800 loyal men from the 83 departments under a loyal Duc de Brissac. This, with trustworthy Swiss besides, is of itself something. The old loyal bodyguards are indeed dissolved in name as well as in fact, and gone mostly towards Coblentz. But now also those sans-culotic violent Gardes Françaises or Centre Grenadiers shall have their Mittimus. They do ere long in the journals, not without a hoarse pathos, publish their farewell, wishing all aristocrats the graves in Paris which to us are denied. They depart, these first soldiers of the Revolution. They hover very dimly in the distance for about another year, till they can be remodelled, new-named, and sent to fight the Austrians, and then history beholds them no more. A most notable corps of men, which has its place in world history, though to us, so is history written, they remain mere rubrics of men, nameless, a shaggy grenadier mass crossed with buff belts, And yet might we not ask what Argonauts, what Leonidas Spartans had done such a work? Think of their destiny. Since that May morning some 3 years ago, when they, unparticipating, trundled off D'Espremenil to the Calypso Isles, since that July evening some 2 years ago, when they, participating and saccharing with knit brows, poured a volley into Besenval's Prince de Lambesc. History waves them her mute adieu. So that the sovereign power, these Sanscalotic watchdogs, more like wolves, being leashed and led away from his Tuileries, breathes freer, the sovereign power is guarded henceforth by a loyal 1800, whom contrivance, under various pretexts, may gradually swell to 6,000, who will hinder no journey to St. Cloud. The sad Varennes business has been soldered up, cemented even in the blood of the Champ de Mars, these 2 months and more. And indeed ever since, as formerly, Majesty has had its privileges, its choice of residence, though for good reason the royal mind prefers continuing in Paris. Poor royal mind, poor Paris, that have to go mumming, enveloped in speciosities, in falsehood which knows itself false, and to enact mutually your sorrowful, fast tragedy, being bound to it, and on the whole to hope always, in spite of hope. Nay, now that His Majesty has accepted the Constitution to the sound of cannon salvos, who would not hope? Our good King was misguided, but he meant well. Lafayette has moved for an amnesty, for universal forgiving and forgetting of revolutionary faults, and now surely the glorious revolution, cleared of its rubbish, is complete. Strange enough, and touching in several ways, the old cry of Vive le Roi once more rises round King Louis, the hereditary representative. Their Majesties went to the opera, gave money to the poor. The Queen herself, now when the Constitution is accepted, hears voice of cheering. Bygone shall be bygone, the new era shall begin. To and fro, amid these lamp galaxies of the Elysian fields, the royal carriage slowly wends and rolls, everywhere with vivats, with a multitude striving to be glad. Louis looks out, mainly on the variegated lamps and gay human groups, with satisfaction enough for the hour. In Her Majesty's face, under that kind, graceful smile, a deep sadness is legible. Brilliancies of valour and of wit stroll here observant, a Dame de Staël leaning most probably on the arm of her Narbonne. She meets deputies who have built this Constitution, who saunter here with vague communings, not without thoughts whether it will stand. But as yet melodious fiddle strings twang and warble everywhere, with the rhythm of light fantastic feet. Long lamp galaxies fling their coloured radiance, and brass-lunged hawkers elbow and bawl, Grande Acceptation, Constitution monarchique. It behoves the son of Adam to hope. Have not Lafayette, Barnave, and all constitutionalists set their shoulders handsomely to the inverted pyramid of a throne? Feuillants, including almost the whole constitutional respectability of France, perorate nightly from their tribune, correspond through all post offices, denouncing unquiet Jacobinism, trusting well that its time is nigh done. Much is uncertain, questionable, but if the hereditary representative be wise and lucky, may one not, with a sanguine Gaelic temper, hope that he will get in motion, better or worse, that what is wanting to him will gradually be gained and added? For the rest, as we must repeat, in this building of the constitutional fabric, especially in this revision of it, nothing that one could think of to give it new strength, especially to steady it, to give it permanence and even eternity, has been forgotten. Biennial Parliament, to be called legislative, Assemblée Législative, with 745 members chosen in a judicious manner by the active citizens alone, and even by electing of electors still more active, this, with privileges of Parliament, shall meet, self-authorised if need be, and self-dissolved, shall grant money supplies and talk, watch over the administration and authorities, discharge for ever the functions of a constitutional great council, collective wisdom and national palaver, as the heavens will enable. Our first biennial parliament, which indeed has been a-choosing since early in August, is now as good as chosen. Nay, it has mostly got to Paris. It arrived gradually, not without pathetic greeting to its venerable parent, the now moribund constituent, and sat there in the galleries reverently listening, ready to begin the instant the ground were clear. Then, as to changes in the Constitution itself, this impossible for any legislative or common biennial parliament, and possible solely for some resuscitated constituent or national convention, is evidently one of the most ticklish points. The august moribund assembly debated it for 4 entire days. Some thought a change, or at least review and new approval, might be admissible in 30 years. Some even went lower, down to 20, nay, to 15. The august assembly had once decided for 30 years, but it revoked that on better thoughts, and did not fix any date of time, but merely some vague outline of a posture of circumstances, and on the whole left the matter hanging. Doubtless a national convention can be assembled even within the 30 years, yet one may hope not, but that legislatives, biennial parliaments of the common kind, with their limited faculty and perhaps quiet successive additions thereto, may suffice for generations, or indeed while computed time runs. Furthermore, be it noted that no member of this constituent has been or could be elected to the new legislative. So noble-minded were these lawmakers, cry some, and Solon-like would banish themselves. So splenetic, cry more, each grudging the other, none daring to be outdone in self-denial by the other. So unwise in either case, answer all practical men. But consider this other self-denying ordinance, that none of us can be king's minister, or accept the smallest court appointment, for the space of 4, or at lowest, and on long debate and revision, for the space of 2 years. So moves the incorruptible sea-green Robespierre, with cheap magnanimity he, and none dare be outdone by him. It was such a law, not so superfluous then, that sent Mirabeau to the gardens of St. Cloud, under cloak of darkness, to that colloquy of the gods, and thwarted many things. Happily and unhappily there is no Mirabeau now to thwart. Welcome, meanwhile, welcome surely to all right hearts, is Lafayette's chivalrous amnesty. Welcome, too, is that hard-wrung Union of Avignon, which has cost us, first and last, 30 sessions of debate, and so much else. May it at length prove lucky. Rousseau's statue is decreed, virtuous Jean-Jacques, evangelist of the contrast social. Not Drouet of Varennes, not worthy Lataille, master of the old world-famous tennis court in Versailles, is forgotten, but each has his honourable mention and due reward in money. Whereupon, things being all so neatly winded up, and the deputations and messages and royal and other ceremonials having rustled by, and the king having now affectionately perorated about peace and tranquillization, and members having answered "oui, oui" with effusion, even with tears, President Touret, he of the law reforms, rises and with a strong voice utters these memorable last words: "The National Constituent Assembly declares that it has finished its mission and that its sittings are all ended." Incorruptible Robespierre, virtuous Pétion, are borne home on the shoulders of the people with vivats heaven high. The rest glide quietly to their respective places of abode. It is the last afternoon of September 1791. On the morrow morning the new legislative will begin. So, amid glitter of illuminated streets and Champs-Élysées and crackle of fireworks and glad array, has the first National Assembly vanished, dissolving, as they well say, into blank time, and is no more. National Assembly is gone, its work remaining, as all bodies of men go, and as man himself goes. It had its beginning and must likewise have its end. A phantasm reality born of time, as the rest of us are, flitting ever backwards now on the tide of time, to be long remembered of men. Very strange assemblages, Sanhedrins, Amphictyonics, trade unions, ecumenic councils, parliaments and congresses have met together on this planet and dispersed again. But a stranger assemblage than this august constituent, or with a stranger mission, perhaps never met there. Seen from the distance, this also will be a miracle. 1,200 human individuals with the Gospel of Jean-Jacques Rousseau in their pocket, congregating in the name of 25 millions with full assurance of faith to make the Constitution. Such sight, the acme and main product of the 18th century, our world can witness once only. For time is rich in wonders, in monstrosities most rich, and is observed never to repeat himself, or any of his Gospels, surely least of all this Gospel according to Jean-Jacques. Once it was right and indispensable, since such had become the belief of men, but once also is enough. They have made the Constitution, these 1,200 Jean-Jacques evangelists, not without result. Near 29 months they sat, with various fortune in various capacity, always, we may say, in that capacity of carbon carroccio and miraculous standard of the revolt of men, as a thing high and lifted up, whereon whosoever looked might hope healing. They have seen much. Cannons levelled on them, then suddenly, by interposition of the powers, the cannons drawn back, and the war god Broglie vanishing in thunder not his own, amid the dust and down-rushing of a Bastille and old feudal France. They have suffered somewhat. Royal session with rain and oath of the tennis court, nights of Pentecost, insurrections of women. Also have they not done somewhat? Made the Constitution, and managed all things the while, passed in these 29 months 2,500 decrees, which on the average is some 3 for each day, including Sundays. Brevity, one finds, is possible at times. Had not Moreau de Saint-Méry to give 3,000 orders before rising from his seat? There was valour or value in these men, and a kind of faith, were it only faith in this, that cobwebs are not cloth, that a constitution could be made. Cobwebs and chimeras ought verily to disappear, for a reality there is. Let formulas, soul-killing, and now grown body-killing, insupportable, be gone in the name of heaven and earth. Time, as we say, brought forth these 1,200. Eternity was before them, eternity behind. They worked as we all do in the confluence of 2 eternities. What work was given them? Say not that it was nothing they did. Consciously they did somewhat, unconsciously how much? They had their giants and their dwarfs, they accomplished their good and their evil. They are gone and return no more. Shall they not go with our blessing in these circumstances, with our mild farewell? By post, by diligence, on saddle or soul, they are gone towards the 4 winds. Not a few over the marches to rank at Coblentz. Thither wended Maury amongst others, but in the end towards Rome, to be clothed there in red cardinal plush, in falsehood as in a garment, pet son, her last born, of the Scarlet Woman. Talleyrand Périgord, excommunicated constitutional bishop, will make his way to London to be ambassador, spite of the self-denying law. Brisk young Marquis Chauvelin, acting as ambassador's cloak. In London, too, one finds Pétion the virtuous, harangued and haranguing, pledging the wine cup with constitutional reform clubs in solemn tavern dinner. Incorruptible Robespierre retires for a little to native Arras, 7 short weeks of quiet, the last appointed him in this world. Public accuser in the Paris department, acknowledged high priest of the Jacobins, the glass of incorruptible thin patriotism for his narrow emphasis, his love of all the narrow, this man seems to be rising, somewhither. He sells his small heritage at Arras. Accompanied by a brother and a sister, he returns, scheming out with resolute timidity a small sure destiny for himself and them, to his old lodging at the cabinet-maker's in the Rue Saint-Honoré. Oh, resolute, tremulous, incorruptible sea-green man, towards what a destiny! Lafayette, for his part, will lay down the command. He retires, Cincinnatus-like, to his hearth and farm, but soon leaves them again. Our National Guard, however, shall henceforth have no one commandant, but all colonels shall command in succession, month about. Other deputies we have met, or Dame de Staël has met, sauntering in a thoughtful manner, perhaps uncertain what to do. Some, as Barnave, the Lameths and the Duport, will continue here in Paris, watching the new biennial legislative, Parliament the first, teaching it to walk, if so might be, and the court to lead it. Thus these, sauntering in a thoughtful manner, travelling by post or diligence, whither fate beckons. Giant Mirabeau slumbers in the pantheon of great men, and France, and Europe. The brass-lunged hawkers sing Grande Acceptation, Monarchy, Constitution through these gay crowds. The morrow, grandson of yesterday, must be what it can, as today its father is. Our new biennial legislative begins to constitute itself on the 1st of October, 1791. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 2, The Book of the Law. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 2, The Book of the Law. If the august Constituent Assembly itself, fixing the regards of the universe, could, at the present distance of time and place, gain comparatively small attention from us, how much less can this poor legislative? It has its right side and its left, the less patriotic and the more, for aristocrats exist not here or now. It spouts and speaks, listens to reports, reads bills and laws, works in its vocation for a season. But the history of France, one finds, is seldom or never there. Unhappy legislative, what can history do with it, if not drop a tear over it, almost in silence? First of the 2-year parliaments of France, which, if paper constitution and oft-repeated national oath could avail aught, were to follow in softly strong, indissoluble sequence while time ran. It had to vanish dolefully within 1 year, and there came no second like it. Alas, your biennial parliaments in endless, indissoluble sequence, they and all that constitutional fabric, built with such explosive federation oaths, and its topstone brought out with dancing and variegated radiance, went to pieces like frail crockery in the crash of things. And already in 11 short months were in that limbo near the moon with the ghosts of other chimeras. There, except for rare specific purposes, let them rest in melancholy peace. On the whole, how unknown is a man to himself, or a public body of men to itself. Aesop's fly sat on the chariot wheel, exclaiming, "What a dust I do raise!" Great governors, clad in purple with fasces and insignia, are governed by their valets, by the pouting of their women and children, or in constitutional countries, by the paragraphs of their able editors. Say not, I am this or that, I am doing this or that, for thou knowest it not, thou knowest only the name it as yet goes by. A purple Nebuchadnezzar rejoices to feel himself now verily emperor of this great Babylon which he has builded, and is a nondescript biped quadruped on the eve of a 7 years' course of grazing. These 745 elected individuals doubt not but they are the first biennial parliament come to govern France by parliamentary eloquence, and they are what? And they have come to do what? Things foolish and not wise. It is much lamented by many that this first biennial had no members of the old constituent in it, with their experience of parties and parliamentary tactics, that such was their foolish self-denying law. More surely old members of the constituent had been welcome to us here. But, on the other hand, what old or what new members of any constituent under the sun could have effectually profited? There are first biennial parliaments so postured as to be, in a sense, beyond wisdom, where wisdom and folly differ only in degree, and wreckage and dissolution are the appointed issue for both. Old constituents, your Barnaves, Lameths and the like, for whom a special gallery has been set apart, where they may sit in honour and listen, are in the habit of sneering at these new legislators. But let not us. The poor 745, sent together by the active citizens of France, are what they could be, do what is fated them. That they are of patriot temper we can well understand. Aristocrat noblesse has fled over the marches, or sat brooding silent in their unburnt chateaux. Small prospect had they in primary electoral assemblies. What with flights to Varennes, what with days of poniards, with plot after plot, the people are left to themselves. The people must needs choose defenders of the people, such as can be had. Choosing, as they also will ever do, if not the ablest man, yet the man ablest to be chosen. Fervour of character, decided patriot constitutional feeling, these are qualities, but free utterance, mastership in tongue fence, this is the quality of qualities. Accordingly one finds, with little astonishment, in this first biennial, that as many as 400 members are of the advocate or attorney species. Men who can speak if there be aught to speak. Nay, here are men also who can think and even act. Candour will say of this ill-fated first French Parliament that it wanted not its modicum of talent, its modicum of honesty, that it neither in the one respect nor in the other sank below the average of parliaments, but rose above the average. Let average parliaments, whom the world does not guillotine and cast forth to long infamy, be thankful, not to themselves, but to their stars. France, as we say, has once more done what it could. Fervid men have come together from wide separation for strange issues. Fiery Max Enard is come from the utmost south-east, fiery Claude Fauchet, Tedium Fauchet, Bishop of Calvados, from the utmost north-west. No Mirabeau now sits here who had swallowed formulas. Our only Mirabeau now is Danton, working as yet out of doors, whom some call Mirabeau of the Sans-Culottes. Nevertheless, we have our gifts, especially of speech and logic. An eloquent Vergniaud we have, most mellifluous yet most impetuous of public speakers, from the region named Gironde of the Garonne, a man unfortunately of indolent habits, who will sit playing with your children when he ought to be scheming and perorating. Sharp bustling Guardet, considerate grave Sanson, kind sparkling mirthful young Ducos, Valazé doomed to a sad end, all these likewise are of that Gironde or Bordeaux region, men of fervid constitutional principles, of quick talent, irrefragable logic, clear respectability, who will have the reign of liberty establish itself, but only by respectable methods, round whom others of like temper will gather, known by and by as Girondins, to the sorrowing wonder of the world. Of which sort note Condorcet, marquis and philosopher, who has worked at much, at Paris municipal constitution, differential calculus, newspaper Chronique de Paris, biography, philosophy, and now sits here as 2 years senator, a notable Condorcet with stoical Roman face and fiery heart, volcano hid under snow, styled likewise in irreverent language, mouton enragé, peaceablest of creatures, bit and rabid. Or note lastly Jean-Pierre Brissot, whom destiny, long working noisily with him, has hurled hither, say to have done with him. A biennial senator he too, nay, for the present the king of such, restless, scheming, scribbling Brissot, who took to himself the style de Valville, heralds know not in the least why, unless it were that the father of him did, in an unexceptionable manner, perform cookery and vintnery in the village of Waville, a man of the windmill species that grinds always, turning towards all winds, not in the steadiest manner. In all these men there is talent, faculty to work, and they will do it, working and shaping, not without effect, though alas not in marble, only in quicksand. But the highest faculty of them all remains yet to be mentioned, or indeed has yet to unfold itself for mention. Captain Hippolyte Carnot, sent hither from the Pas de Calais with his cold mathematical head and silent stubbornness of will, iron Carnot, far-planning, imperturbable, unconquerable, who in the hour of need shall not be found wanting. His hair is yet black, and it shall grow grey, under many kinds of fortune, bright and troublous, and with iron aspect this man shall face them all. Nor is Côte d'Oie and band of king's friends wanting. Vaublanc, Dumas, Joncourt, the honoured chevalier, who love liberty, yet with monarchy over it, and speak fearlessly according to that faith, whom the thick-coming hurricanes will sweep away. With them let a new military Théodore Lameth be named, were it only for his two brothers' sake, who look down on him approvingly there from the old constituents' gallery. Frothy professing Pastoret, honey-mouthed conciliatory Lamourettes, and speechless nameless individuals sit plentiful as moderates in the middle. Still less is a Côté Gauche wanting, extreme left sitting on the topmost benches, as if aloft on its speculatory height or mountain, which will become a practical fulminatory height, and make the name of mountain famous infamous to all times and lands. Honour waits not on this mountain, nor as yet even loud dishonour. Gifts it boasts not, nor graces of speaking or of thinking, solely this one gift of assured faith, of audacity that will defy the earth and the heavens. Foremost here are the Cordelia trio, hot Merlin from Thionville, hot Bazire attorneys both, Chabot, disfrocked Capuchin, skilful in agio. Lawyer Lacroix, who wore once as subaltern the single epaulette, has loud lungs and a hungry heart. There too is Couton, little dreaming what he is, whom a sad chance has paralysed in the lower extremities. For it seems he sat once a whole night, not warm, in his true love's bower, who indeed was by law another's, but sunken to the middle in a cold peat bog, being hunted out, quaking for his life in the cold quaking morass, and goes now on crutches to the end. Gambon likewise, in whom slumbers undeveloped such a finance talent for printing of assignats, father of paper money, who in the hour of menace shall utter this stern sentence: War to the manor house, peace to the hut, guerre au château, paix au chaumière. Lecointre, the intrepid draper of Versailles, is welcome here, known since the opera rode past, an insurrection of women. Thuriot, too, Elector Thuriot, who stood in the embrasure of the Bastille and saw Saint Antoine rising in mass, who has many other things to see. Last and grimmest of all, note old Rule, with his brown dusky face and long white hair, of Alsatian Lutheran breed, a man whom age and book-learning have not taught, who haranguing the old men of Rheims shall hold up the sacred ampulla, heaven sent, wherefrom Clovis and all kings have been anointed, as a mere worthless oil bottle, and dash it to sherds on the pavement there, who alas shall dash much to sherds, and finally his own wild head by pistol shot, and so ended. Such lava welters red hot in the bowels of this mountain, unknown to the world and to itself. A mere commonplace mountain hitherto, distinguished from the plain chiefly by its superior barrenness, its boldness of look, at the utmost it may, to the most observant, perceptibly smoke. For as yet all lies so solid, peaceable, and doubts not, as was said, that it will endure while time runs. Do not all love liberty and the Constitution? All heartily, and yet with degrees. Some, as Chevalier Jaucourt and his right side, may love liberty less than royalty were the trial made. Others, as Brissot and his left side, may love it more than royalty. Nay, again, of these latter, some may love liberty more than law itself, others not more. Parties will unfold themselves, no mortal as yet knows how. Forces work within these men and without. Dissidence grows opposition, ever widening, waxing into incompatibility and internecine feud, till the strong is abolished by a stronger, himself in his turn by a strong guest. Who can help it? Jaucourt and his monarchists, Feuillants, or moderates Brissot and his Brissotins, Jacobins or Girondins, these were the Cordelia trio, and all men must work what is appointed them, and in the way appointed them. And to think what fate these poor 745 are assembled most unwittingly to meet. Let no heart be so hard as not to pity them. Their soul's wish was to live and work as the first of the French parliaments, and make the Constitution march. Did they not, at their very instalment, go through the most affecting constitutional ceremony, almost with tears? The 12 elders assent solemnly to fetch the Constitution itself, the printed book of the law. Archivist Camus, an old constituent appointed archivist, he and the ancient 12, amid blare of military pomp and clangor, enter bearing the divine book, and President and all legislative senators, laying their hand on the same, successively take the oath, with cheers and heart effusion, universal 3 times 3. In this manner they begin their session. Unhappy mortals! For that same day his Majesty, having received their deputation of welcome, as seemed rather dryly, the deputation cannot but feel slighted, cannot but lament such slight, and thereupon our cheering, swearing first Parliament sees itself on the morrow obliged to explode into fierce retaliatory sputter of anti-royal enactment as to how they, for their part, will receive Majesty, and how Majesty shall not be called Sire any more, except they please, and then on the following day to recall this enactment of theirs as too hasty and a mere sputter, though not unprovoked. An effervescent, well-intentioned set of senators, too combustible, where continual sparks are flying. Their history is a series of sputters and quarrels, true desire to do their function, fatal impossibility to do it. Denunciations, reprimandings of king's ministers, of traitors supposed and real, hot rage and fulmination against fulminating emigrants, terror of Austrian Kaiser, of Austrian Committee and the Tuileries itself, rage and haunting terror, haste and dim desperate bewilderment. Haste, we say, and yet the Constitution had provided against haste. No bill can be passed till it have been printed, till it have been thrice read, with intervals of 8 days, unless the Assembly shall beforehand decree that there is urgency, which accordingly the Assembly, scrupulous of the Constitution, never omits to do. Considering this, and also considering that, and then that other, the Assembly decrees always qu'il y a urgence, and thereupon the Assembly, having decreed that there is urgence, is free to decree what indispensable, distracted thing seems best to it. 2,000 and odd decrees, as men reckon, within 11 months. The haste of the constituents seemed great, but this is treble quick. For the time itself is rushing, treble quick, and they have to keep pace with that. Unhappy 745, true patriotic, but so combustible, being fired they must needs fling fire. Senate of touchwood and rockets in a world of smoke-storm, with sparks wind-driven continually flying. Or think, on the other hand, looking forward some months, of that scene they call Baiser de la Morette. The dangers of the country are now grown imminent, immeasurable. National Assembly, hope of France, is divided against itself. In such extreme circumstances, honey-mouthed Abbé Lamourette, new Bishop of Lyons, rises, whose name, Lamourette, signifies the sweetheart, or Delilah Doxy. He rises, and with pathetic honeyed eloquence calls on all august senators to forget mutual griefs and grudges, to swear a new oath and unite as brothers. Whereupon they all, with vivats, embrace and swear, left side confounding itself with right, barren mountain rushing down to fruitful plain, pastoret into the arms of Condorcet, injured to the breast of injurer, with tears, and all swearing that whosoever wishes either feuillant two-chamber monarchy or extreme Jacobin republic, or anything but the Constitution, and that only, shall be anathema marathona. Touching to behold. For literally on the morrow morning they must again quarrel, driven by fate, and their sublime reconcilement is called derisively Baiser de l'amorette, or Delilah kiss. Like fated Eteocles Polynices' brothers, embracing though in vain, weeping that they must not love, that they must hate only and die by each other's hands. Or say, like doomed familiar spirits ordered by art magic under penalties to do a harder than twist ropes of sand, to make the Constitution march. If the Constitution would but march. Alas, the Constitution will not stir. It falls on its face. They tremblingly lift it on end again. March, thou gold Constitution. The Constitution will not march. He shall march, by, said kind Uncle Toby, and even swore. The corporal answered mournfully, he will never march in this world. A constitution, as we often say, will march when it images, if not the old habits and beliefs of the constituted, then accurately their rights, or better indeed their mights. For these two, well understood, are they not one and the same? The old habits of France are gone. Her new rights and mights are not yet ascertained, except in paper theorem, nor can be in any sort till she have tried, till she have measured herself in fell death grip, and were it in utmost preternatural spasm of madness, with principalities and powers, with the upper and the under, internal and external, with the earth and Tophet and the very heaven. Then will she know. Three things bode ill for the marching of this French constitution: the French people, the French king, thirdly, the French noblesse, and an assembled European world. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle. Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 3, Avignon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 3, Avignon. But quitting generalities, what strange fact is this in the south-west, towards which the eyes of all men do now, in the end of October, bend themselves? A tragical combustion, long smoking and smouldering unluminous, has now burst into flame there. Hot is that southern Provençal blood. Alas, collisions, as was once said, must occur in a career of freedom. Different directions will produce such, nay, different velocities in the same direction will. To much that went on there, history, busied elsewhere, would not specially give heed. To troubles of Vouziers, troubles of Nîmes, Protestant and Catholic, patriot and aristocrat, to troubles of Marseille, Montpellier, Aurier, to aristocrat camp of Jalès, that wondrous real imaginary entity now fading pale dim, then always again glowing forth deep-hued, in the imagination mainly. Ominous, magical, an aristocrat picture of war done naturally. All this was a tragical, deadly combustion, with plot and riot, tumult by night and by day, but a dark combustion, not luminous, not noticed, which now, however, one cannot help noticing. Above all places, the unluminous combustion in Avignon and the Comtat Venaissin was fierce. Papal Avignon, with its castle rising sheer over the Rhone stream, beautifulest town with its purple vines and gold-orange groves. Why must foolish old rhyming René, the last sovereign of Provence, bequeath it to the Pope and gold tiara, not rather to Louis XI, with the leaden Virgin in his hatband? For good and for evil. Popes, anti-popes, with their pomp, have dwelt in that castle of Avignon, rising sheer over the Rhone stream. There Laura de Sade went to hear Mass, her Petrarch twanging and singing by the fountain of Vaucluse hard by, surely in a most melancholy manner. This was in the old days. And now, in these new days, such issues do come from a squirt of the pen by some foolish rhyming René. After centuries, this is what we have. Jourdan Coupe-Tête, leading to siege and warfare an army from 3,000 to 15,000 strong, called the Brigands of Avignon, which title they themselves accept, with the addition of an epithet, the brave Brigands of Avignon. It is even so. Jourdan the headsman fled hither from that Chalais inquest, from that insurrection of women, and began dealing in madder. But the scene was rife in other than dye-stuffs, so Jourdan shut his madder shop and has risen, for he was the man to do it. The tile-beard of Jourdan is shaven off, his fat visage has got coppered and studded with black carbuncles. The Silenus trunk is swollen with drink and high living. He wears blue national uniform with epaulettes, an enormous sabre, 2 horse pistols crossed in his belt, and other 2 smaller sticking from his pockets. Styles himself general, and is the tyrant of men. Consider this one fact, O reader, and what sort of fact must have preceded it, must accompany it. Such things come of old Rene, and of the question which has arisen, whether Avignon cannot now cease wholly to be papal, and become French and free. For some 25 months the confusion has lasted. Say 3 months of arguing, then 7 of raging, then finally some 15 months now of fighting, and even of hanging. For already in February 1790 the papal aristocrats had set up 4 gibbets for a sign, but the people rose in June in retributive frenzy, and forcing the public hangman to act, hanged 4 aristocrats, on each papal gibbet a papal harmon. Then were Avignon emigrations, papal aristocrats emigrating over the Rhone River, demission of papal consul, flight, victory, re-entrance of papal legate, truce, and new onslaught, and the various turns of war. Petitions there were to National Assembly, congresses of townships, 60 and odd townships voting for French reunion and the blessings of liberty, while some 12 of the smaller, manipulated by aristocrats, gave vote the other way, with shrieks and discord. Township against township, town against town. Carpentras, long jealous of Avignon, is now turned out in open war with it, and Jourdan Couptet, your first general being killed in mutiny, closes his dye shop and does there visibly, with siege artillery, above all with bluster and tumult, with the brave Brigands of Avignon, beleaguer the rival town for 2 months in the face of the world. Feats were done, doubt it not, far famed in parish history, but to universal history unknown. Gibbets we see rise on the one side and on the other, and wretched carcasses swinging there, 12 in the row, wretched mare of Vaison buried before dead. The fruitful seed field lie unreaped, the vineyards trampled down, there is red cruelty, madness of universal choler and gall. Havoc and anic everywhere, a combustion most fierce, but unloosened, not to be noticed here. Finally, as we saw on the 14th of September last, the National Constituent Assembly, having sent commissioners and heard them, having heard petitions, held debates month after month ever since August 1789, and on the whole spent 30 sittings on this matter, did solemnly decree that Avignon and the Comtat were incorporated with France, and His Holiness the Pope should have what indemnity was reasonable. And so hereby all is amnestied and finished? Alas, when madness of choler has gone through the blood of men, and gibbets have swung on this side and on that, what will a parchment decree and Lafayette amnesty do? Oblivious Leith flows not above ground. Papal aristocrats and patriot brigands are still an eye-sorrow to each other, suspected, suspicious in what they do and forbear. The august Constituent Assembly is gone but a fortnight, when on Sunday the 16th morning of October, 1791, the unquenched combustion suddenly becomes luminous. For anti-constitutional placards are up, and the statue of the Virgin is said to have shed tears and grown red. Wherefore, on that morning, Patriot Lescuyer, one of our 6 leading patriots, having taken counsel with his brethren and General Jourdan, determines on going to church in company with a friend or 2, not to hear mass, which he values little, but to meet all the papalists there in a body, nay, to meet that same weeping Virgin, for it is the Cordeliers' church, and give them a word of admonition. Adventurous errand, which has the fatalest issue. What Lescuye's word of ammunition might be, no history records, but the answer to it was a shrieking howl from the aristocrat papal worshippers, many of them women. A 1,000-voiced shriek and menace, which, as Lescuye did not fly, became a 1,000-handed hustle and jostle, a 1,000-footed kick, with tumblings and tramplings, with the pricking of seamstresses' stilettos, scissors, and female-pointed instruments. Horrible to behold, the ancient dead and Petrarchan lore are sleeping round it there, high altar and burning tapers looking down on it, the Virgin quite tearless and of natural stone colour. Lescuye's friends or two rush off like Job's messengers for Jourdan and the national force. But heavy Jourdan will seize the town gates first, does not run treble fast as he might. On arriving at the Cordeliers' church, the church is silent, vacant. Lescuye, all alone, lies there swimming in his blood at the foot of the high altar, pricked with scissors, trodden, massacred, gives one dumb sob and gasps out his miserable life for evermore. Sight to stir the heart of any man, much more of many men self-styled brigands of Avignon. The corpse of Lescuye stretched on a bier, the ghastly head girt with laurel, is borne through the streets with many-voiced unmelodious nenia, funeral wail still deeper than it is loud. The copper face of Jourdan, of bereft patriotism, has grown black. Patriot municipality dispatches official narrative and tidings to Paris, orders numerous or innumerable arrestments for inquest and perquisition. Aristocrats, male and female, are haled to the castle, lie crowded in subterranean dungeons there, bemoaned by the hoarse rushing of the Rhone, cut out from help. So lie they, waiting inquest and perquisition. Alas, with a Jourdan headsman for generalissimo, with his copper face grown black, and armed brigand patriots chanting their nenia, the inquest is likely to be brief. On the next day, and the next, let municipality consent or not, a brigand court-martial establishes itself in the subterranean stories of the castle of Avignon. Brigand executioners with naked sabre waiting at the door for a brigand verdict. Short judgment, no appeal. There is brigand wrath and vengeance, not unrefreshed by brandy. Close by is the dungeon of the Glacière or Ice Tower. There may be deeds done, for which language has no name. Darkness and the shadow of horrid cruelty envelops these castle dungeons, that Glacière Tower, clear only that many have entered, that few have returned. Jourdan and the brigands, supreme now over municipals, over all authorities, patriot or papal, reign in Avignon, waited on by terror and silence. The result of all which is that on the 15th of November 1791 we behold friend Dampmartin and subalterns beneath him, and General Choisy above him, with infantry and cavalry and proper cannon carriages rattling in front, with spread banners to the sound of fife and drum, wend in a deliberate, formidable manner towards that sheer castle rock, towards those broad gates of Avignon. 3 new National Assembly commissioners following at safe distance in the rear. Avignon, summoned in the name of assembly and law, flings its gates wide open. Choisy and the rest, Dampmartin and the bons enfants, good boys of Beaufremont, so they name these brave constitutional dragoons, known to them of old, do enter amid shouts and scattered flowers. To the joy of all honest persons, to the terror only of Jourdan headsmen and the brigands. Nay, next we behold carbuncled, swollen Jourdan himself show copper face with sabre and 4 pistols, affecting to talk high, engaging meanwhile to surrender the castle that instant. So the Choisy grenadiers enter with him there. They start and stop, passing that Glacière, snuffing its horrible breath. With wild yell, with cries of "Cut the butcher down!" and Jourdan has to whisk himself through secret passages and instantaneously vanish. Be the mystery of iniquity laid bare then. 130 corpses of men, nay, of women and even children, for the trembling mother, hastily seized, could not leave her infant, lie heaped in that Glacière, putrid, under putridities, the horror of the world. For 3 days there is mournful lifting out and recognition amid the cries and movements of a passionate southern people, now kneeling in prayer, now storming in wild pity and rage. Lastly there is solemn sepulture with muffled drums, religious requiem, and all the people's wail and tears. Their massacred rest now in holy ground, buried in one grave. And Jourdan Coupe-Tête? Him also we behold again after a day or two, in flight through the most romantic Petrarchan hill country, vehemently spurring his nag, young Ligenet, a brisk youth of Avignon, with Choisy dragoons close in his rear. With such swollen mass of a rider no nag can run to advantage. The tired nag, spur-driven, does take the river Sorgue, but sticks in the middle of it, firm on that chiaro fondo di Sorgue, and will proceed no further for spurring. Young Ligenet dashes up. The copper-face menaces and bellows, draws pistol, perhaps even snaps it, is nevertheless seized by the collar, is tied firm, ankles under horse's belly, and ridden back to Avignon, hardly to be saved from massacre on the streets there. Such is the combustion of Avignon and the south-west when it becomes luminous. Long loud debate is in the august legislative, in the Mother Society, as to what now shall be done with it. Amnesty, cried eloquent Vergniaud and all patriots. Let there be mutual pardon and repentance, restoration, pacification, and if so might anyhow be, an end. Which vote ultimately prevails. So the south-west smoulders and welters again in an amnesty or non-remembrance, which alas cannot but remember, no lethe flowing above ground. Jourdan himself remains unchanged, gets loose again as one not yet gallows ripe. Nay, as we transiently discern from the distance, is carried in triumph through the cities of the south. What things men carry! With which transient glimpse of a copper-faced portent faring in this manner through the cities of the south, we must quit these regions, and let them smoulder. They want not their aristocrats, proud old nobles not yet emigrated. Ours has its chiffon, so in symbolical cant they name that aristocrat secret association. Ours has its pavements piled up by and by into aristocrat barricades, against which Rebecca, the hot clear patriot, must lead Marseille with cannon. The bar of iron has not yet risen to the top in the Bay of Marseille, neither have these hot sons of the Phocéans submitted to be slaves. By clear management and hot instance, Rebecca dissipates that chiffon without bloodshed, restores the pavement of Arles. He sails in coast barks, this Rebecca, scrutinizing suspicious martello towers with the keen eye of patriotism, marches overland with dispatch, singly or in force, to city after city, dim scouring far and wide, argues, and if it must be, fights. For there is much to do. Jalès itself is looking suspicious, so that legislator Fauchet, after debate on it, has to propose commissioners and a camp on the plain of Beaucaire, with or without result. Of all which and much else, let us note only this small consequence, that young Barbaroux, advocate, town clerk of Marseille, being charged to have these things remedied, arrived at Paris in the month of February, 1792. The beautiful and brave, young Spartan, ripe in energy, not ripe in wisdom, over whose black doom there shall flit nevertheless a certain ruddy fervour, streaks of bright southern tint, not wholly swallowed of death. Note also that the Rolands of Lyon are again in Paris for the second and final time. King's inspectorship is abrogated at Lyon as elsewhere. Roland has his retiring pension to claim, if attainable, has patriot friends to commune with, at lowest has a book to publish. That young Barbaroux and the Rolands came together. That elderly Spartan Roland liked or even loved the young Spartan, and was loved by him, one can fancy. And Madame? Breathe not, thou poison breath, evil speech. That soul is taintless, clear as the mirror sea. And yet if they two did look into each other's eyes, and each in silence, in tragical renunciance, did find that the other was all too lovely, On y soit. She calls him beautiful as Antinous. He will speak elsewhere of that astonishing woman. A Madame Dudon, or some such name, for Dumont does not recollect quite clearly, gives copious breakfast to the Brissotin deputies and us friends of freedom at her house in the Place Vendôme, with temporary celebrity, with graces and wreathed smiles, not without cost. There, amid wide babble and jingle, our plan of legislative debate is settled for the day, and much counselling held. Strict Roland is seen there, but does not go often. End of Book 5, Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 4, No Sugar. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 4, No Sugar. Such are our inward troubles, seen in the cities of the south, extant, seen or unseen, in all cities and districts, north as well as south. For in all are aristocrats more or less malignant, watched by patriotism, which again, being of various shades, from light Fayetist feuillant down to deep sombre Jacobin, has to watch itself. Directories of departments, what we call county magistracies, being chosen by citizens of a too active class, are found to pull one way. Municipalities, town magistracies, to pull the other way. In all places, too, are dissident priests, whom the legislative will have to deal with, contumacious individuals working on that angriest of passions, plotting, enlisting for Coblentz, or suspected of plotting, fuel of a universal unconstitutional heat. What to do with them? They may be conscientious as well as contumacious. Gently they should be dealt with, and yet it must be speedily. In unilluminated La Vendée, the simple are like to be seduced by them. Many a simple peasant, a Cartelino, the wool dealer, wayfaring meditative with his wool packs in these hamlets, dubiously shakes his head. 2 Assembly Commissioners went thither last autumn. Considerate Jean Sonnet, not yet called to be a senator. Gallois, an editorial man. These 2, consulting with General Dumouriez, spoke and worked softly with judgment. They have hushed down the irritation and produced a soft report for the time. The General himself doubts not in the least, but he can keep peace there, being an able man. He passes these frosty months among the pleasant people of Niort, occupies tolerably handsome apartments in the castle of Niort, and tempers the minds of men. Why is there but one Dumouriez? Elsewhere you find, south or north, nothing but untempered, obscured jarring, which breaks forth ever and anon into open clangour of riot. Southern Perpignan has its tocsin by torchlight, with rushing and onslaught. Northern Cayenne not less, by daylight, with aristocrats ranged in arms at places of worship, deep up mental compromise proving impossible, breaking into musketry and a plot discovered. Add hunger, too, for bread, always dear, is getting dearer. Not so much as sugar can be had, for good reasons. Poor Simoneau, mayor of Étampes, in this northern region, hanging out his red flag in some riot of grains, is trampled to death by a hungry, exasperated people. What a trade, this of mayor in these times! Mayor of St. Denis hung at the lantern by suspicion and dyspepsia, as we saw long since. Mayor of Vaison, as we saw lately, buried before dead. And now this poor Simoneau, the tanner of Étampes, whom legal constitutionalism will not forget. With factions, suspicions, want of bread and sugar, it is verily what they call déchiré, torn asunder, this poor country. France and all that is French. For overseas, too, come bad news. In Black St. Domingo, before that variegated glitter in the Champs-Élysées was lit for an accepted constitution, there had risen and was burning, contemporary with it, quite another variegated glitter and nocturnal fulgor, had we known it, of molasses and ardent spirits, of sugar boileries, plantations, furniture, cattle and men, sky high, the plain of Cap Français, one huge whirl of smoke and flame. What a change here in these 2 years since that first box of tricolour cockades got through the custom house, and Atrabilia Creole too rejoiced that there was a levelling of Bastille. Levelling is comfortable, as we often say, levelling yet only down to oneself. Your pale white Creoles have their grievances, and your yellow quarteroons, and your dark yellow mulattoes, and your slaves soot black. Quatroon Auger, friend of our Parisian Brisset in Friends of the Blacks, felt for his share too that insurrection was the most sacred of duties. So the tricolour cockade had fluttered and swashed only some 3 months on the Creole hat when Auger's signal conflagrations went aloft with the voice of rage and terror. Repressed, doomed to die, he took black powder or seed grains in the hollow of his hand, this Auger, sprinkled a film of white ones on the top, and said to his judges, "Behold, they are white," then shook his hand and said, "Where are the whites? Où sont les blancs?" So now, in the autumn of 1791, looking from the sky windows of Cap Français, thick clouds of smoke girdle our horizon, smoke in the day, in the night fire, preceded by fugitive shrieking white women, by terror and rumour. Black demonized squadrons are massacring and harrying with nameless cruelty. They fight and fire from behind thickets and coverts, for the black man loves the bush. They rush to the attack, thousands strong, with brandished cutlasses and fusils, with capering, shoutings and vociferation, which, if the white volunteer company stands firm, dwindle into staggerings, into quick gabblement, into panic flight at the first volley, perhaps before it. Poor Auger could be broken on the wheel. This fire whirlwind too can be abated, driven up into the mountains. But San Domingo is shaken, as Auger's seed grains were, shaking, writhed in long horrid death throes. It is black without remedy, and remains, as African Haiti, a monition to the world. Oh, my Parisian friends, is not this, as well as regraters and feuillant plotters, one cause of the astonishing dearth of sugar? The grocer, palpitant with drooping lip, sees his sugar taxé weighed out by female patriotism in instant retail at the inadequate rate of 25 sous or 13 pence a pound. Abstain from it? Yes, ye patriot sections, or ye Jacobins, abstain. Louvet and Collot d'Herbois so advise, resolute to make the sacrifice, though how shall literary men do without coffee? Abstain with an oath. That is the surest. Also, for like reason, must not Brest and the shipping interest languish? Poor Brest languishes, sorrowing, not without spleen. Denounces an aristocrat, Bertrand Mulville, traitorous aristocrat, marine minister. Do not her ships and king's ships lie rotting piecemeal in harbour, naval officers mostly fled, and on furlough too, with pay? Little stirring there, if it be not the Brest galleys, whip-driven with their galley slaves, alas, with some 40 of our hapless Swiss soldiers of Chateauvieux among others. These 40 Swiss, too, mindful of Nancy, do now, in their red wool caps, tug sorrowfully at the oar, looking into the Atlantic brine, which reflects only their own sorrowful shaggy faces, and seems forgotten of hope. But, on the whole, may we not say, in fugitive language, that the French Constitution, which shall march, is very rheumatic, full of shooting internal pains in joint and muscle, and will not march without difficulty. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 5, Kings and Emigrants. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 5, Kings and Emigrants. Extremely rheumatic constitutions have been known to march and keep on their feet, though in a staggering, sprawling manner, for long periods, in virtue of one thing only, that the head were healthy. But this head of the French Constitution, what King Louis is and cannot help being, readers already know. A king who cannot take the Constitution, nor reject the Constitution, nor do anything at all, but miserably ask, "What shall I do?" A king environed with endless confusions, in whose mind is no germ of order. Haughty, implacable remnants of noblesse, struggling with humiliated, repentant Banaves Lameths, struggling in that obscure element of fetchers and carriers, of half-pay braggarts from the Café Valois, of chambermaids, whisperers, and subaltern officious persons. Fierce patriotism looking on all the while, more and more suspicious from without. What in such a struggle can they do? At best cancel one another and produce zero. Poor king. Banaves and your senatorial Jaucourt speak earnestly into this ear. Bertrand Mourville and messengers from Coblentz speak earnestly into that. The poor royal head turns to one side and to the other side, can turn itself fixedly to no side. Let decency drop a veil over it. Sorrier misery was seldom enacted in the world. This one small fact, does it not throw the saddest light on much? The Queen is lamenting to Madame Campan, "What am I to do? When they, these Banaves, get us advised to any step which the noblesse do not like, then I am pouted at. Nobody comes to my card-table. The king's coucher is solitary." In such a case of dubiety, what is one to do? Go inevitably to the ground. The king has accepted this constitution, knowing beforehand that it will not serve. He studies it and executes it in the hope mainly that it will be found inexecutable. King's ships lie rotting in harbour, their officers gone, the armies disorganized, robbers scour the highways which wear down unrepaired, all public service lies slack and waste. The executive makes no effort, or an effort only to throw the blame on the Constitution. Shamming death, faisons la mort. What Constitution, use it in this manner, can march? Grow to disgust the nation it will truly, unless you first grow to disgust the nation. It is Bertrand de Mourville's plan, and His Majesty's, the best they can form. Or if, after all, this best plan prove too slow, proved a failure? Provident of that, too, the Queen, shrouded in deepest mystery, writes all day in cipher, day after day, to Coblentz. Engineer Gauquelat, he of the Knight of Spurs, whom the Lafayette amnesty has delivered from prison, rides and runs. Now and then, on fit occasion, a royal familiar visit can be paid to that salle de manège, an affecting, encouraging royal speech, sincere, doubt it not, for the moment, can be delivered there, and the senators all cheer and almost weep. At the same time, Maillet Dupin has visibly ceased editing and invisibly bears abroad a king's autograph, soliciting help from the foreign potentates. Unhappy Louis, do this thing, or else that other, if thou couldst. The thing which the king's government did do was to stagger distractedly from contradiction to contradiction, and wedding fire to water, envelop itself in hissing and ashy steam. Danton and needy corruptible patriots are sopped with presents of cash. They accept the sop. They rise refreshed by it and travel their own way. Nay, the king's government did likewise hire hand-clappers or claqueurs, persons to applaud. Subterranean Ravarol has 1,500 men in king's pay at the rate of some £10,000 sterling per month, what he calls a staff of genius. Paragraph writers, placard journalists, 280 applauders at 3 shillings a day, one of the strangest staffs ever commanded by man. The muster rolls and account books of which still exist. Bertrand Mourville himself, in a way he thinks very dexterous, contrives to pack the galleries of the legislative, gets sans-culottes hired to go thither, and applaud at a signal given, they fancying it was Pétion that bid them, a device which was not detected for almost a week. Dexterous enough, as if a man finding the day fast decline should determine on altering the clock hands. That is a thing possible for him. Here too let us note an unexpected apparition of Philippe d'Orléans at court, his last at the levee of any king. D'Orléans, sometimes in the winter months seemingly, has been appointed to that old first coveted rank of admiral, though only over ships rotting in port. The wished for comes too late. However, he waits on Bertrand Montvier to give thanks, nay, to state that he would willingly thank His Majesty in person, that in spite of all the horrible things men have said and sung, he is far from being His Majesty's enemy. At bottom, how far? Bertrand delivers the message, brings about the royal interview, which does pass to the satisfaction of His Majesty. D'Orléans, seeming clearly repentant, determined to turn over a new leaf. And yet next Sunday, what do we see? Next Sunday, says Bertrand, he came to the king's levee, but the courtiers, ignorant of what had passed, the crowd of royalists who were accustomed to resort thither on that day specially to pay their court, gave him the most humiliating reception. They came pressing round him, managing, as if by mistake, to tread on his toes, to elbow him towards the door, and not let him enter again. He went downstairs to Her Majesty's apartments, where cover was laid. So soon as he showed face, sounds rose on all sides. "Monsieur, take care of the dishes," as if he had carried poison in his pockets. The insults which his presence everywhere excited forced him to retire without having seen the royal family. The crowd followed him to the Queen's staircase. In descending he received a spitting crusher on the head and some others on his clothes. Rage and spite were seen visibly painted on his face, as indeed how could they miss to be? He imputes it all to the king and queen, who know nothing of it, who are even much grieved at it, and so descends to his chaos again. Bertrand was there at the chateau that day himself, and an eye-witness to these things. For the rest, nondurant priests and the repression of them will distract the king's conscience. Emigrant princes and noblesse will force him to double dealing. There must be veto on veto amid the ever-waxing indignation of men. For patriotism, as we said, looks on from without, more and more suspicious. Waxing tempest, blast after blast of patriot indignation from without, dim inorganic whirl of intrigues, fatuities within. Inorganic, fatuitous, from which the eye turns away. De Staël intrigues for her so gallant Narbonne to get him made war minister, and ceases not, having got him made. The king shall fly to Rouen, shall there with the gallant Narbonne properly modify the constitution. This is the same brisk Narbonne who last year cut out from their entanglement by force of dragoons those poor fugitive royal aunts. Men say he is at bottom their brother, or even more, so scandalous is scandal. He drives now with his de Staël rapidly to the armies, to the frontier towns, produces rose-coloured reports, not too credible, perorates, gesticulates, wavers, poising himself on the top for a moment, seen of men, then tumbles, dismissed, washed away by the time flood. Also the fair Princess de Lamballe intrigues, bosom friend of Her Majesty, to the angering of patriotism. Beautiful unfortunate, why did she ever return from England? A small silver voice, what can it profit in that piping of the black world tornado, which will whirl her, poor fragile bird of paradise, against grim rocks? Lamballe and de Staël intrigue visibly, apart or together, but who shall reckon how many others, and in what infinite ways, invisibly? Is there not what one may call an Austrian committee, sitting invisible in the Tuileries, centre of an invisible anti-national spider-web, which, for we sleep among mysteries, stretches its threads to the ends of the earth? Journalist Carlyle has now the clearest certainty of it. To Bressantin, patriotism, and France generally, it is growing more and more probable. O reader, hast thou no pity for this constitution? Rheumatic shooting pains in its members, pressure of hydrocephale and hysteric vapours on its brain, a constitution divided against itself, which will never march, hardly even stagger. Why were not Drouet and Procureur sauce in their beds that unblessed Varennes night? Why did they not, in the name of heaven, let the Corfe Berlin go whither it listed? Nameless incoherency, incompatibility, perhaps prodigies at which the world still shudders, had been spared. But now comes the third thing that bodes ill for the marching of this French constitution. Besides the French people and the French king, there is, thirdly, the assembled European world. It has become necessary now to look at that also. Fair France is so luminous, and round it is troublous Cimmerian night. Cologne, Breteuil hovered dim, far flown, overnetting Europe with intrigues. From Turin to Vienna to Berlin and utmost Petersburg in the frozen north, great Burke has raised his great voice long ago, eloquently demonstrating that the end of an epoch is come, to all appearance the end of civilized time. Him many answer, Camille Desmoulins, Clout, speaker of mankind, Paine, the rebellious needleman, and honourable Gallic vindicators in that country and in this, but the great Burke remains unanswerable. The age of chivalry is gone, and could not but go, having now produced the still more indomitable age of hunger. Altars enough of the Dubois-Rohan sort, changing to the Gobel and Talleyrand sort, are faring by rapid transmutation to, shall we say, the right proprietor of them. French game and French game preservers did alight on the cliffs of Dover with cries of distress. Who will say that the end of much is not come? A set of mortals has risen who believe that truth is not a printed speculation but a practical fact, that freedom and brotherhood are possible in this earth, supposed always to be Belial's, which the supreme quack was to inherit. Who will say that church, state, throne, altar are not in danger, that the sacred strong-box itself, last palladium of effete humanity, may not be blasphemously blown upon and its padlocks undone? The poor Constituent Assembly might act with what delicacy and diplomacy it could, declare that it abjured meddling with its neighbours, foreign conquest and so forth. But from the first this thing was to be predicted, that old Europe and new France could not subsist together. A glorious revolution, oversetting state prisons and feudalism, publishing, with outburst of federative canon, in face of all the earth, that appearance is not reality. How shall it subsist amid governments which, if appearance is not reality, are, one knows not what? In death feud and internecine wrestle and battle it shall subsist with them, not otherwise. Rights of man, printed on cotton handkerchiefs in various dialects of human speech, pass over to the Frankfurt Fair. What say we, Frankfurt Fair? They have crossed Euphrates, and the fabulous Hydaspes wafted themselves beyond the Ural, Altai, Himalaya, struck off from wood stereotypes in angular picture writing. They are jabbered and jingled of in China and Japan. Where will it stop? Qianlong smells mischief. Not the remotest Dalai Lama shall now need his dough pills in peace. Hateful to us as is the night, bestir yourselves, ye defenders of order. They do bestir themselves. All kings and kinglets with their spiritual temporal array are astir, their brows clouded with menace. Diplomatic emissaries fly swift, conventions, privy conclaves assemble, and wise Whigs wag, taking what counsel they can. Also, as we said, the pamphleteer draws pen on this side and that, zealous fists bear the pulpit drum. Not without issue. Did not iron Birmingham, shouting "Church and King," itself knew not why, burst out last July into rage, drunkenness, and fire, and your Priestleys and the like, dining there on that Bastille day, get the maddest singeing, scandalous to consider. In which same days, as we can remark, high potentates, Austrian and Prussian, with emigrants, were faring towards Pillnitz in Saxony. There, on the 27th of August, they, keeping to themselves what further secret treaty there might or might not be, did publish their hopes and their threatenings, their declaration that it was the common cause of kings. Where a will to quarrel is, there is a way. Our readers remember that Pentecost night, 4th of August 1789, when feudalism fell in a few hours. The National Assembly, in abolishing feudalism, promised that compensation should be given, and did endeavour to give it. Nevertheless, the Austrian Kaiser answers that his German princes, for their part, cannot be unfeudalized, that they have possessions in French Alsace and feudal rights secured to them, to which no conceivable compensation will suffice. So this of the possessioned princes, Prince Procession, is bandied from court to court, covers acres of diplomatic paper at this day, a weariness to the world. Kaunitz argues from Vienna, Delessart responds from Paris, though perhaps not sharply enough. The Kaiser and his possessioned princes will too evidently come and take compensation, so much as they can get. Nay, might one not partition France, as we have done Poland and are doing, and so pacify it with a vengeance? From south to north, for actually it is the common cause of kings. Swedish Gustav, sworn knight of the Queen of France, will lead coalesced armies, had not Ankarstrom treasonously shot him, for indeed there were griefs nearer home. Austria and Prussia speak at Pillnitz, all men intensely listening. Imperial rescripts have gone out from Turin. There will be secret convention at Vienna. Catherine of Russia beckons approvingly, will help were she ready. Spanish Bourbon sits amid his pillows. For him too, even from him shall there come help. Lean Pitt, the Minister of Preparatives, looks out from his watchtower in St. James in a suspicious manner. Councillors plotting, Cologne dim hovering. Alas, sergeants rubber-dubbing openly through all manner of German market towns, collecting ragged valour. Look where you will, immeasurable obscurantism is girdling this fair France, which again will not be girdled by it. Europe is in travail. Pang after pang. What a shriek was that of Pillnitz. The birth will be war. Nay, the worst feature of the business is this last, still to be named. The emigrants at Koblenz, so many thousands ranking there in bitter hate and menace. King's brothers, all princes of the blood except wicked d'Orléans, your duelling de Castries, your eloquent Cazales, bull-headed Malsaigne, a war god Broglie, distaff seigneurs, insulted officers, all that have ridden across the Rhine stream, d'Artois welcoming Abbé Maury with a kiss and clasping him publicly to his own royal heart. Emigration flowing over the frontiers, now in drops, now in streams, in various humours of fear, of petulance, rage and hope, ever since those first Bastille days when d'Artois went to shame the citizens of Paris, has swollen to the size of a phenomenon of the world. Koblenz is become a small extra-national Versailles, a Versailles in partibus. Breeding, intriguing, favouritism, strumpetocracy itself, they say, goes on there, all the old activities on a small scale, quickened by hungry revenge. Enthusiasm of loyalty, of hatred and hope has risen to a high pitch, as in any Koblenz tavern you may hear, in speech and in singing. Maury assists in the Interior Council. Much is decided on. For one thing, they keep lists of the dates of your emigrating. A month sooner or a month later determines your greater or your less right to the coming division of the spoil. Cazales himself, because he had occasionally spoken with a constitutional tone, was looked on coldly at first, so pure are our principles. And arms are a-hammering at Liège, 3,000 horses ambling hitherward from the fairs of Germany, cavalry enrolling, likewise foot soldiers in blue coat, red waistcoat and nankeen trousers. They have their secret domestic correspondences as their open foreign, with disaffected crypto-aristocrats, with contumacious priests, with Austrian committee in the Tuileries. Deserters are spirited over by assiduous crimps. Royal Allemande is gone almost wholly. Their route of march towards France and the division of the spoil is marked out, were the Kaiser once ready. It is said they mean to poison the sources, but, adds patriotism, making report of it, they will not poison the source of liberty, whereat, on applaudit, we cannot but applaud. Also they have manufactories of false assignats, and men that circulate in the interior, distributing and dispersing the same. One of these we denounce now to legislative patriotism. A man Lebrun by name, about 30 years of age, with blonde hair and in quantity, has only for the time being surely a black eye, oeil poche, goes in a whisky with a black horse, always keeping his geek. Unhappy emigrants, it was their lot and the lot of France. They are ignorant of much that they should know, of themselves, of what is around them. A political party that knows not when it is beaten may become one of the fatalest of things, to itself and to all. Nothing will convince these men that they cannot scatter the French Revolution at the first blast of their war trumpet, that the French Revolution is other than a blustering effervescence of brawlers and spouters, which at the flash of chivalrous broadswords and at the rustle of gallows ropes will burrow itself in dens the deeper the welcomer. But alas, what man does know and measure himself and the things that are round him, else where were the need of physical fighting at all? Never, till they are cleft asunder, can these heads believe that a sansculotic arm has any vigour in it. Cleft asunder, it will be too late to believe. One may say without spleen against his poor erring brothers of any side, that above all other mischiefs this of the emigrant nobles acted fatally on France. Could they have known, could they have understood? In the beginning of 1789 a splendour and a terror still surrounded them. The conflagration of their chateaux, kindled by months of obstinacy, went out after the 4th of August, and might have continued out had they at all known what to defend, what to relinquish as indefensible. They were still a graduated hierarchy of authorities, or the accredited similitude of such. They sat there, uniting king with commonalty, transmitting and translating gradually, from degree to degree, the command of the one into the obedience of the other, rendering command and obedience still possible. Had they understood their place and what to do with it, this French Revolution, which went on explosively in years and in months, might have spread itself over generations, and not a torture death, but a quiet euthanasia have been provided for many things. But they were proud and high, these men. They were not wise to consider. They spurned all from them. In disdainful hate they drew the sword and flung away the scabbard. France has not only no hierarchy of authorities to translate command into obedience, its hierarchy of authorities has fled to the enemies of France, calls loudly on the enemies of France to interfere, armed, who want but a pretext to do that. Jealous kings and kaisers might have looked on long, meditating interference, yet afraid and ashamed to interfere. But now do not the king's brothers and all French nobles, dignitaries and authorities that are free to speak, which the king himself is not, passionately invite us in the name of right and of might? Ranked at Coblentz, from 15 to 20,000 stand now brandishing their weapons with the cry, "On, on!" Yes, messieurs, you shall on, and divide the spoil according to your dates of emigrating. Of all which things a poor legislative assembly and patriot France is informed, by denunciant friend, by triumphant foe. Sullo's pamphlets of the Rivarol staff of genius circulate, heralding supreme hope. Duressoy's placards tapestry the walls, Chant du Coq grows day, pecked at by Tallien's Amis des Citoyens. King's friend Royou, Ami du Roi, can name in exact arithmetical ciphers the contingents of the various invading potentates. In all, 419,000 foreign fighting men, with 15,000 emigrants. Not to reckon these, your daily and hourly desertions, which an editor must daily record, of whole companies and even regiments, crying "Vive le roi! Vive la reine!" and marching over with banners spread. Lies all and wind, yet to patriotism not wind, nor alas one day to Royou. Patriotism therefore may brawl and babble yet a little while, but its hours are numbered. Europe is coming with 419,000 and the chivalry of France. The gallows, one may hope, will get its own. End of Book 5, Chapter 5. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 6, Brigands and Jalès. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 6, Brigands and Jalès. We shall have war, then, and on what terms? With an executive pretending, really with less and less deceptive now, to be dead, casting even a wishful eye towards the enemy. On such terms we shall have war. Public functionary and vigorous action there is none. If it be not Rivarol with his staff of genius and 280 applauders, the public service lies waste. The very tax-gatherer has forgotten his cunning. In this and the other provincial board of management, Directoire de Département, it is found advisable to retain what taxes you can gather to pay your own inevitable expenditures. Our revenue is assignat, emission on emission of paper money. And the army, our three grand armies of Rochambeau, of Luckner, of Lafayette. Lean, disconsolate hover these three grand armies, watching the frontiers there, three flights of long-necked cranes in moulting time, wretched, disobedient, disorganized, who never saw fire. The old generals and officers gone across the Rhine. War Minister Narbonne, he of the rose-coloured reports, solicits recruitments, equipments, money, always money, threatens, since he can get none, to take his sword, which belongs to himself, and go serve his country with that. The question of questions is, what shall be done? Shall we, with a desperate defiance which fortune sometimes favours, draw the sword at once in the face of this inrushing world of emigration and obscurantism? Or wait and temporise and diplomatise till, if possible, our resources mature themselves a little? And yet again, are our resources growing towards maturity, or growing the other way? Dubious. The ablest patriots are divided. Brissot and his Brissantins, or Girondins, in the legislative, cry aloud for the former, defiant plan. Robespierre in the Jacobins pleads as loud for the latter dilatory one, with responses even with mutual reprimands, distracting the mother of patriotism. Consider also what agitated breakfasts there may be at Madame Dudon's in the Place Vendôme. The alarm of all men is great. Help ye, patriots, and at least agree, for the hour presses. Frost was not yet gone when in that tolerably handsome apartment of the castle of Niort there arrived a letter. General Dumouriez must to Paris. It is War Minister Narbonne that writes. The General shall give counsel about many things. In the month of February 1792, Brissotin friends welcome their Dumouriez Polymatus, comparable really to an antique Ulysses in modern costume, quick, elastic, shifty, insuppressible, a many-counselled man. Let the reader fancy this fair France with the whole Cimmerian Europe girdling her, rolling in on her, black to burst in red thunder of war. Fair France herself hand-shackled and foot-shackled in the weltering complexities of this social clothing or constitution which they have made for her, a France that in such constitution cannot march. And hunger too, and plotting aristocrats, and excommunicating dissident priests, the man Lebrun by name, urging his black whisky visible to the eye, and still more terrible in his invisibility, Engineer Gauguelat, with Queen's cipher, riding and running. The excommunicatory priests give new trouble in the Maine and Loire. La Vendée nor Catelino, the wool-dealer, has not yet ceased grumbling and rumbling. Nay, behold Jalès itself once more. How often does that real imaginary camp of the fiend require to be extinguished? For near 2 years now it has waned faint and again waxed bright in the bewildered soul of patriotism. Actually, if patriotism knew it, one of the most surprising products of nature working with art. Royalist seigneurs, under this or the other pretext, assemble the simple people of these Cevennes mountains, men not unused to revolt and with heart for fighting, could their poor heads be got persuaded. The Royalist seigneur harangues, harping mainly on the religious string. True priests maltreated, false priests intruded, Protestants once dragooned, now triumphing, things sacred given to the dogs. And so produces from the pious mountaineer throat rough growlings. Shall we not testify then, ye brave hearts of the Cevennes, march to the rescue? Holy religion, duty to God and King. Si fait, just so, answer the brave hearts always. Mais il y a de bien bonnes choses dans la Révolution, but there are many good things in the Revolution too. And so the matter, cajole as we may, will only turn on its axis, not stir from the spot, and remains theatrical merely. Nevertheless, deepen your cajolery, harp quick and quicker, ye royalist seigneurs, with a deadlift effort ye may bring it to that. In the month of June next, this camp of Jalès will step forth as a theatricality suddenly become real, 2,000 strong, and with the boast that it is 70,000, most strange to see, with flags flying, bayonets fixed, with proclamation and d'Artois commission of civil war. Let some Rebecca or other the like hot clear patriot, let some Lieutenant Colonel Aubrey, if Rebecca is busy elsewhere, raise instantaneous National Guards, and disperse and dissolve it, and blow the old castle asunder, that so, if possible, we may hear of it no more. In the months of February and March, it is recorded, the terror, especially of rural France, has risen ever to the transcendental pitch, not far from madness. In town and hamlet is rumour of war, massacre, that Austrians, aristocrats, above all, that the Brigands are close by. Men quit their houses and huts, rush fugitive, shrieking, with wife and child, they know not whither. Such a terror, the eyewitnesses say, never fell on a nation, nor shall fall again, even in reigns of terror expressly so called. The countries of the Loire, all the central and southeast regions, start up distracted, simultaneously as by an electric shock, for indeed grain too gets scarcer and scarcer. The people barricade the entrances of towns, pile stones in the upper stories. The women prepare boiling water from moment to moment, expecting the attack. In the country the alarm bell rings incessant. Troops of peasants gathered by it scour the highways, seeking an imaginary enemy. They are armed mostly with scythes stuck in wood, and arriving in wild troops at the barricaded towns are themselves sometimes taken for brigands. So rushes old France. Old France is rushing down. What the end will be is known to no mortal. That the end is near, all mortals may know. End of Book 5, Chapter 6. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 7, Constitution Will Not March. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 7, Constitution Will Not March. To all which our poor legislative, tied up by an unmarching constitution, can oppose nothing by way of remedy but mere bursts of parliamentary eloquence. They go on debating, denouncing, objurgating, loud weltering chaos which devours itself. But their 2,000 and odd decrees? Reader, these happily concern not thee nor me. Mere occasional decrees, foolish and not foolish, sufficient for that day was its own evil. Of the whole 2,000 there are not now half a score, and these mostly blighted in the bud by royal veto, that will profit or disprofit us. On the 17th of January, the legislative, for one thing, got its High Court, its Haute Cour, set up at Orléans. The theory had been given by the Constituent in May last, but this is the reality: a court for the trial of political offences, a court which cannot want work. To this it was decreed that there needed no royal acceptance, therefore that there could be no veto. Also, priests can now be married, ever since last October. A patriotic, adventurous priest had made bold to marry himself then, and not thinking this enough, came to the bar with his new spouse, that the whole world might hold honeymoon with him, and a law be obtained. Less joyful are the laws against refractory priests, and yet no less needful. Decrees on priests and decrees on emigrants, these are the two brief series of decrees worked out with endless debate and then cancelled by veto, which mainly concern us here. For an august National Assembly must needs conquer these refractories, clerical or laic, and thumbscrew them into obedience. Yet behold, always as you turn your legislative thumbscrew, and will press and even crush till refractories give way, King's veto steps in with magical paralysis, and your thumbscrew, hardly squeezing, much less crushing, does not act. Truly a melancholy set of decrees, a pair of sets paralysed by veto. First, under date the 28th of October 1791, we have legislative proclamation issued by herald and bill sticker inviting Monsieur, the King's brother, to return within 2 months under penalties. To which invitation Monsieur replies nothing, or indeed replies by newspaper parody, inviting the august legislative to return to common sense within 2 months under penalties. Whereupon the legislative must take stronger measures. So on the 9th of November we declare all emigrants to be suspect of conspiracy, and in brief to be outlawed if they have not returned at New Year's Day. Will the King say veto? That triple impost shall be levied on these men's properties, or even their properties be put in sequestration, one can understand. But further, on New Year's Day itself, not an individual having returned, we declare, and with fresh emphasis some fortnight later again declare, that Monsieur is déchu, forfeited of his eventual heirship to the crown. Nay, more, that Conde, Calonne, and a considerable list of others are accused of high treason, and shall be judged by our High Court of Orléans. Veto! Then again, as to non-jurant priests, it was decreed in November last that they should forfeit what pensions they had, be put under inspection, under surveillance, and, if need were, be banished. Veto! A still sharper turn is coming, but to this also the answer will be veto! Veto after veto, your thumbscrew paralysed. Gods and men may see that the legislative is in a false position. As alas, who is in a true one? Voices already murmur for a national convention. This poor legislative, spurred and stung into action by a whole France and a whole Europe, cannot act, can only objurgate and perorate, with stormy motions, and motion in which is no way, with effervescence, with noise and fulginous fury. What scenes in that National Hall! President jingling his inaudible bell, or, as utmost signal of distress, clapping on his hat, the tumult subsiding in 20 minutes, and this or the other indiscreet member sent to the Abbaye prison for 3 days. Suspected persons must be summoned and questioned, or Monsieur de Sombreuil of the Invalides has to give account of himself, and why he leaves his gates open. Unusual smoke rose from the Sèvres pottery, indicating conspiracy. The potters explained that it was Nicholas Lamotte's memoirs, bought up by Her Majesty, which they were endeavouring to suppress by fire, which nevertheless he that runs may still read. Again, it would seem, Duke de Brissac and the King's Constitutional Guard are making cartridges secretly in the cellars. A set of royalists, pure and impure, black cutthroats, many of them, picked out of gaming houses and sinks, in all 6,000 instead of 1,800, who evidently gloom on us every time we enter the chateau. Wherefore, with infinite debate, let Brissac and Kingsguard be disbanded. Disbanded accordingly they are, after only 2 months of existence, for they did not get on foot till March of this same year. So ends, briefly, the King's new constitutional maison militaire. He must now be guarded by mere Swiss and blue nationals again. It seems the lot of constitutional things. New constitutional maison civile he would never even establish, much as Barnave urged it. Old resident duchesses sniffed at it and held aloof. On the whole, Her Majesty thought it not worth while. The noblesse would so soon be back triumphant. Or, looking still into this national hall and its scenes, behold Bishop Tournay, a constitutional prelate, not of severe morals, demanding that religious costumes and such caricatures be abolished. Bishop Tournay warms, catches fire, finishes by untying and indignantly flinging on the table, as if for gage or bet, his own pontifical cross, which cross at any rate is instantly covered by the cross of Te Deum Forte, then by other crosses and insignia, till all are stripped, this clerical senator clutching off his skull cap, that other his frill collar, lest fanaticism return on us. Quick is the movement here, and then so confused, unsubstantial, you might call it almost spectral, pallid, dim, inane, like the kingdom of Dis. Unruly Ligue, shrunk to a kind of spectre for us, pleads here some cause that he has, amid rumour, interruption, which excel human patience. He tears his papers and withdraws, the irascible, adust little man. Nay, honourable members will tear their papers, being effervescent. Merlin of Thionville tears his papers, crying, "So the people cannot be saved by you." Nor are deputations wanting. Deputations of sections, generally with complaint and denouncement, always with patriot fervour of sentiment. Deputation of women, pleading that they also may be allowed to take pikes and exercise in the Champ de Mars. Why not, ye Amazons, if it be in you? Then occasionally, having done our message and got answer, we defile through the hall, singing Ça ira, or rather roll and whirl through it, dancing our ronde patriotique the while, our nude carmagnole or Pyrrhic war dance and liberty dance. Patriot Huguenin, ex-advocate, ex-carabinier, ex-clerk of the barriers, comes deputed with Saint Antoine at his heels, denouncing anti-patriotism, famine, forestalment, and man-eaters. Asks an august legislative, "Is there not a tocsin in your hearts against these mangeurs d'hommes?" But above all things, for this is a continual business, the legislative has to remand the King's ministers. Of His Majesty's ministers we have said hitherto, and say, next to nothing. Still more spectral these. Sorrowful, of no permanency any of them, none at least since Montmorin vanished. The eldest of the King's Council is occasionally not 10 days old. Feuillant constitutional as your respectable Cahier de Guerville, as your respectable unfortunate Delessat, or royalist constitutional as Montmorin, last friend of Necker, or aristocrat as Bertrand Molleville. They flit there phantom-like in the huge simmering confusion, poor shadows, dashed in the racking winds, powerless without meaning, whom the human memory need not charge itself with. But how often, we say, are these poor Majesty's ministers summoned over to be questioned, tutored, nay, threatened, almost bullied? They answer what, with adroitest simulation and casuistry they can, of which a poor legislative knows not what to make. One thing only is clear, that Cimmerian Europe is girdling us in, that France, not actually dead, surely, cannot march. Have a care, ye ministers, sharp Guadet transfixes you with cross questions, with sudden advocate conclusions. The sleeping tempest that is in Vergniaud can be awakened. Restless Brissot brings up reports, accusations, endless thin logic. It is the man's high day even now. Condorcet redacts with his firm pen our Address of the Legislative Assembly to the French nation. Fiery Max Ina, who for the rest will carry not fire and sword on those Cimmerian enemies, but liberty, is for declaring that we hold ministers responsible, and that by responsibility we mean death. Nous entendons la mort. For verily it grows serious, the time presses, and traitors there are. Bertrand Morville has a smooth tongue, the known aristocrat, gall in his heart. How his answers and explanations flow ready, Jesuitic, plausible to the ear. But perhaps the notablest is this, which befell once when Bertrand had done answering and was withdrawn. Scarcely had the august assembly begun considering what was to be done with him, when the hall fills with smoke. Thick, sour smoke, no oratory, only wheezing and barking, irremediable, so that the august assembly has to adjourn. A miracle? A typical miracle? One knows not. Only this one seems to know that the keeper of the stoves was appointed by Bertrand, or by some underling of his. O fuliginous, confused kingdom of Dis, with thy Tantalus Ixion toils, with thy angry fire floods and streams named of lamentation, why hast thou not thy Lethe too, that so one might finish? End of Book 5, Chapter 7. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 8, The Jacobins. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 8, The Jacobins. Nevertheless, let not patriotism despair. Have we not, in Paris at least, a virtuous Pétion, a wholly patriotic municipality? Virtuous Pétion, ever since November, is mayor of Paris. In our municipality the public, for the public is now admitted too, may behold an energetic Danton, further an epigrammatic slow-sure Manuel, a resolute, unrepentant Billaud-Varennes of Jesuit breeding, Tallien, able editor, and nothing but patriots, better or worse. So ran the November elections, to the joy of most citizens. Nay, the very court supported Pétion rather than Lafayette. And so Bailly and his feuillants, long waning like the moon, had to withdraw then, making some sorrowful obeisance into extinction, or indeed into worse, into lurid half-light, grimmed by the shadow of that red flag of theirs, and bitter memory of the Champ de Mars. How swift is the progress of things and men! Not now does Lafayette, as on that Federation Day, when his noon was, press his sword firmly on the fatherland's altar, and swear in sight of France. Ah, no. He, waning and setting ever since that hour, hangs now, disastrous, on the edge of the horizon, commanding one of those 3 molting crane flights of armies in a most suspected, unfruitful, uncomfortable manner. But at most, cannot patriotism, so many thousands strong in this metropolis of the universe, help itself? Has it not right hands, pikes? Hammering of pikes, which was not to be prohibited by Mayor Bailly, has been sanctioned by Mayor Pétion, sanctioned by Legislative Assembly. How not, when the King's so-called Constitutional Guard was making cartridges in secret? Changes are necessary for the National Guard itself. This whole feuillant aristocrat staff of the Guard must be disbanded. Likewise, citizens without uniform may surely rank in the Guard, the pike beside the musket in such a time. The active citizen and the passive who can fight for us, are they not both welcome? Oh, my patriot friends, indubitably, yes. Nay, the truth is, patriotism throughout, were it never so white-frilled, logical, respectable, must either lean itself heartily on sansculottism, the black bottomless, or else vanish in the frightfulest way to limbo. Thus some with upturned nose will altogether sniff and disdain sansculottism, others will lean heartily on it. Nay, others again will lean what we call heartlessly on it. 3 sorts, each sort with a destiny corresponding. In such point of view, however, have we not for the present a volunteer ally stronger than all the rest, namely hunger? Hunger and what rushing of panic terror this and the sum total of our other miseries may bring. For sansculottism grows by what all other things die of. Stupid Peter Bye almost made an epigram, though unconsciously, and with the patriot world laughing not at it but at him, when he wrote, "Tout va bien ici, le pain manque." All goes well here, victuals not to be had. Neither, if you knew it, is patriotism without her constitution that can march, her not impotent parliament, or call it ecumenic council and general assembly of the Jean-Jacques churches, the Mother Society, namely. Mother Society, with her 300 full-grown daughters, with what we can call little granddaughters trying to walk in every village of France, numerable, as Burke thinks, by the 100,000. This is the true constitution, made not by 1,200 august senators, but by nature herself, and has grown, unconsciously, out of the wants and the efforts of these 25 millions of men. They are lords of the articles, our Jacobins. They originate debates for the legislative, discuss peace and war, settled beforehand what the legislative is to do. Greatly to the scandal of philosophical men and of most historians, who do in that judge naturally and yet not wisely. A governing power must exist. Your other powers here are simulacra. This power is it. Great is the Mother Society. She has had the honour to be denounced by Austrian Kaunitz, and is all the dearer to patriotism. By fortune and valour she has extinguished Feuillantism itself, at least the Feuillant Club. This latter, high as it once carried its head, she, on the 18th of February, has the satisfaction to see shut, extinct, patriots having gone thither with tumult to hiss it out of pain. The Mother Society has enlarged her locality, stretches now over the whole nave of the church. Let us glance in with the worthy Toulongion, our old ex-constituent friend, who happily has eyes to see. The nave of the Jacobins' church, says he, is changed into a vast circus, the seats of which mount up circularly like an amphitheatre to the very groin of the domed roof. A high pyramid of black marble, built against one of the walls, which was formerly a funeral monument, has alone been left standing. It serves now as back to the office-bearer's bureau. Here, on an elevated platform, sit president and secretaries, behind and above them the white busts of Mirabeau, of Franklin, and various others, nay, finally, of Marat. Facing this is the tribune, raised till it is midway between floor and groin of the dome, so that the speaker's voice may be in the centre. From that point thunder the voices which shake all Europe. Down below, in silence, are forging the thunderbolts and the firebrands. Penetrating into this huge circuit, where all is out of measure, gigantic, the mind cannot repress some movement of terror and wonder. The imagination recalls those dread temples which poetry of old has consecrated to the avenging deities. Scenes, too, are in this Jacobin amphitheatre. Had history time for them? Flags of the 3 free peoples of the universe, trinal brotherly flags of England, America, France, have been waved here in concert, by London deputation of Whigs or Whigs and their club on this hand, and by young French citizenesses on that, beautiful sweet-tongued female citizens, who solemnly send over salutation and brotherhood, also tricolors stitched by their own needle, and finally ears of wheat, while the dome rebellows with "Vivons les trois peuples libres" from all throats, a most dramatic scene. Demoiselle Théroigne recites from that tribune in mid-air her persecutions in Austria, comes leaning on the arm of Joseph Chénier, poet Chénier, to demand liberty for the hapless Swiss of Châteauvieux. Be of hope, ye 40 Swiss, tugging there in the breastwaters, not forgotten. Deputy Brissot perorates from that tribune, Desmoulins, our wicked Camille, interjecting audibly from below, "Coquin!" Here, though oftener in the Cordeliers, reverberates the lion voice of Danton. Grim Biot, Varenne is here, Collot d'Herbois pleading for the 40 Swiss, tearing a passion to rags. Apophthegmatic Manuel winds up in this pithy way: "Our minister must perish," to which the amphitheatre responds, "Tout, all." But the chief priest and speaker of this place, as we said, is Robespierre, the long-winded, incorruptible man. What spirit of patriotism dwelt in men in those times, this one fact, it seems to us, will evince: that 1,500 human creatures, not bound to it, sat quiet under the oratory of Robespierre, nay, listened nightly, hour after hour, applausive, and gaped as for the word of life. More insupportable individual, one would say, seldom opened his mouth in any tribune. Acrid, implacable, impotent, dull, drawling, barren as the Harmattan wind, he pleads in endless, earnest, shallow speech against woolen caps or bonnet rouge, against many things, and is the Trismegistus and Dalai Lama of patriot men, whom nevertheless a shrill-voiced little man, yet with fine eyes and a broad, beautifully sloping brow, rises respectfully to controvert. He is, say the newspaper reporters, Monsieur Louvet, author of the charming Romance of Faublas. Steady, ye patriots, pull not yet 2 ways, with a France rushing panic-stricken in the rural districts and a Cimmerian Europe storming in on you. End of Book 5, Chapter 8. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 9, Minister Roland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 9, Minister Roland. About the vernal equinox, however, one unexpected gleam of hope does burst forth on patriotism: the appointment of a thoroughly patriot ministry. This also His Majesty, among his innumerable experiments of wedding fire to water, will try. Quod bonum sit. Madame Dudon's breakfasts have jingled with a new significance. Not even Geneviève Dumont but had a word in it. Finally, on the 15th and onwards to the 23rd day of March 1792, when all is negotiated, this is the blessed issue, this patriot ministry that we see. General Dumouriez, with the foreign portfolio, shall ply Kaunitz and the Kaiser in another style than did poor Delessart, whom indeed we have sent to our High Court of Orleans for his sluggishness. War Minister Narbonne is washed away by the time flood. Poor Chevalier de Grave, chosen by the court, is fast washing away. Then shall austere Servin, able engineer officer, mount suddenly to the War Department. Geneviève Clavier sees an old omen realized. Passing the Finance Hotel long years ago as a poor Genevese exile, it was borne wondrously on his mind that he was to be Finance Minister, and now he is it, and his poor wife, given up by the doctors, rises and walks, not the victim of nerves, but their vanquisher. And above all, our Minister of the Interior, Roland de la Platuière, he of Lyons. So have the Brissotins, public or private opinion, and breakfasts in the Place Vendôme decided it. Strict Roland, compared to a Quaker endimanché or Sunday Quaker, goes to kiss hands at the Tuileries in round hat and sleek hair, his shoes tied with mere riband or ferrat. The supreme usher twitches Dumouriez aside. "Quoi, monsieur? No buckles to his shoes?" "Ah, monsieur," answers Dumouriez, glancing towards the ferrat. "All is lost. Tout est perdu." And so our fair Roland removes from her upper floor in the Rue Saint-Jacques to the sumptuous saloons once occupied by Madame Necker. Nay, still earlier it was Calonne that did all this gilding. It was he who ground these lustres, Venetian mirrors, who polished this inlaying, this veneering and ormolu, and made it, by rubbing of the proper lamp, an Aladdin's palace. And now, behold, he wanders dim-flitting over Europe, half drowned in the Rhine stream, scarcely saving his papers. Vos non vobis. The fair Roland, equal to either fortune, has her public dinner on Fridays, the ministers all there in a body. She withdraws to her desk, the cloth once removed, and seems busy writing, nevertheless loses no word. If, for example, Deputy Brissot and Minister Clavier get too hot in argument, she, not without timidity, yet with a cunning gracefulness, will interpose. Deputy Brissot's head, they say, is getting giddy in this sudden height, as feeble heads do. Envious men insinuate that the wife Roland is minister and not the husband. It is happily the worst they have to charge her with. For the rest, let whose head soever be getting giddy, it is not this brave woman's. Serene and queenly here as she was of old in her own hired garret in the Ursulines convent, she who has quietly shelled French beans for her dinner, being led to that as a young maiden by quiet insight and computation, and knowing what that was and what she was, such a one will also look quietly on ormolu and veneering, not ignorant of these either. Calonne did the veneering, he gave dinners here, old Besenval diplomatically whispering to him, and was great. Yet Calonne we saw at last walk with long strides. Necker next, and where now is Necker? Us also a swift change has brought hither, a swift change will send us hence, not a palace, but a caravanserai. So wags and wavers this unrestful world, day after day, month after month. The streets of Paris and all cities roll daily their oscillatory flood of men, which flood does nightly disappear and lie hidden horizontal in beds and truckle beds, and awakes on the morrow to new perpendicularity and movement. Men go their roads, foolish or wise. Engineer Gogolin to and fro, bearing Queen's cipher. A Madame de Staël is busy, cannot clutch her Narbonne from the time flood. A Princess de Lamballe is busy, cannot help her Queen. Barnave, seeing the Feuillants dispersed and Coblentz so brisk, begs by way of final recompense to kiss her Majesty's hand, augurs not well of her new course, and retires home to Grenoble to wed an heiress there. The Café Valois and Maillot the restaurateurs hear daily gasconade, loud babble of half-pay royalists with or without poniards. Remnants of aristocrat saloons call the new ministry Ministère Sans Calotte. A Louvet of the Romance Faublas is busy in the Jacobins. A Cazotte of the Romance Diable Amoureux is busy elsewhere. Better wert thou quiet, old Cazotte. It is a world this of magic become real. All men are busy, doing they only half guess what, flinging seeds of tares mostly into the seed field of time. This by and by will declare wholly what. But social explosions have in them something dread, and as it were mad and magical, which indeed life always secretly has. Thus the dumb earth, says fable, if you pull her mandrake roots, will give a daemonic mad-making moan. These explosions and revolts ripen, break forth like dumb dread forces of nature, and yet they are men's forces, and yet we are part of them. The daemonic that is in man's life has burst out on us, will sweep us too away. One day here is like another, and yet it is not like but different. How much is growing, silently resistless at all moments? Thoughts are growing, forms of speech are growing, and customs and even costumes still more visibly are actions and transactions growing, and that doomed strife of France with herself and the whole world. The word liberty is never named now except in conjunction with another, liberty and equality. In like manner, what in a reign of liberty and equality can these words, Sir, obedient servant, honour to be, and such like, signify? tatters and fibres of old feudality, which, were it only in the grammatical province, ought to be rooted out. The Mother Society has long since had proposals to that effect. These she could not entertain, not at the moment. Note too how the Jacobin brethren are mounting new symbolical headgear. The woolen cap or nightcap, bonnet de laine, better known as bonnet rouge, the colour being red. A thing one wears not only by way of Phrygian cap of liberty, but also for convenience sake, and then also in compliment to the lower class patriots and Bastille heroes. For the red nightcap combines all the three properties. Nay, cockades themselves begin to be made of wool, of tricolor yarn. The ribboned cockade, as a symbol of feuillant upper-class temper, is becoming suspicious. Signs of the times. Still more, note the travail throes of Europe, or rather, note the birth she brings. For the successive throes and shrieks of Austrian and Prussian alliance, of Kaunitz anti-Jacobin dispatch, of French ambassadors cast out, and so forth, were long to note. Dumouriez corresponds with Kaunitz, Metternich, or Koblenzel in another style that Delsart's did. Strict becomes stricter. Categorical answer as to this Koblenz work and much else shall be given. Failing which, on the 20th day of April 1792, King and Ministers step over to the Salle de Manège, promulgate how the matter stands, and poor Louis, with tears in his eyes, proposes that the Assembly do now decree war. After due eloquence, war is decreed that night. War, indeed. Paris came all crowding, full of expectancy to the morning, and still more to the evening session. d'Orléans, with his two sons, is there, looks on wide-eyed from the opposite gallery. Thou canst look, O Philippe, it is a war big with issues, for thee and for all men. Cimmerian obscurantism and this thrice glorious revolution shall wrestle for it then, some 24 years, in immeasurable Briareus's wrestle, trampling and tearing, before they can come to any, not agreement, but compromise, and approximate ascertainment each of what is in the other. Let our three generals on the frontiers look to it, therefore, and poor Chevalier de Grave, the war minister, consider what he will do. What is in the three generals and armies we may guess. As for poor Chevalier de Grave, he, in this whirl of things all coming to oppress and pinch upon him, loses head, and merely whirls with them in a totally distracted manner, signing himself at last de Grave, Mayor of Paris, whereupon he demits, returns over the Channel, to walk in Kensington Gardens, and austere Servin, the able engineer officer, is elevated in his stead. To the post of honour? To that of difficulty, at least. End of Book 5, Chapter 9. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle. Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 5, Parliament First. Chapter 10, Pétion-National-Pique. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 10, Pétion-National-Pique. And yet how on dark bottomless cataracts there plays the foolishest fantastic coloured spray and shadow, hiding the abyss under vapoury rainbows. Alongside of this discussion as to Austrian-Prussian war, there goes on no less but more vehemently a discussion whether the 40 or 42 Swiss of Chateauvieux shall be liberated from the Brest galleys, and then whether, being liberated, they shall have a public festival or only private ones. Théroigne, as we saw, spoke, and Collot took up the tale. Has not Bouillet's final display of himself in that final Knight of Spurs stamped your so-called revolt of Nancy into a massacre of Nancy for all patriot judgments? Hateful is that massacre, hateful that Lafayette feuillant public thanks given for it. for indeed Jacobin patriotism and dispersed Fiontism are now at death grips, and do fight with all weapons, even with scenic shows. The walls of Paris, accordingly, are covered with placard and counter-placard on the subject of 40 Swiss blockheads. Journal responds to journal, player Collot to poetess de Roucher, Joseph Chenier, the Jacobin, squire of Théroigne, to his brother André the Feuillant, Mayor Pétion to Dupont de Nemours, and for the space of 2 months there is nowhere peace for the thought of man till this thing be settled. Gloria in excelsis, the 40 Swiss are at last got amnestied. Rejoice, ye 40, doff your greasy wool bonnets, which shall become caps of liberty. The Brest daughter society welcomes you from on board, with kisses on each cheek. Your iron handcuffs are disputed as relics of saints. The Brest society indeed can have one portion which it will beat into pikes, a sort of sacred pikes, but the other portion must belong to Paris and be suspended from the dome there, along with the flags of the 3 free peoples. Such a goose is man, and cackles over plush velvet grand monarchs and woolen galley slaves, over everything and over nothing, and will cackle with his whole soul merely if others cackle. On the 9th morning of April these 40 Swiss blockheads arrive. From Versailles, with vivats heaven high, with the affluence of men and women. To the town hall we conduct them, nay, to the legislative itself, though not without difficulty. They are harangued, bedinnered, begifted, the very court, not for conscience' sake, contributing something, and their public festival shall be next Sunday. Next Sunday, accordingly, it is. They are mounted into a triumphal car resembling a ship, are carted over Paris with the clang of cymbals and drums, all mortals assisting applausive, carted to the Champ de Mars and Fatherland's altar, and finally carted, for time always brings deliverance, into invisibility for evermore. Whereupon dispersed Feuillantism, or that party which loves liberty yet not more than monarchy, will likewise have its festival of Simoneau, unfortunate mayor of Étampes, who died for the law, most surely for the law, though Jacobinism disputes, being trampled down with his red flag in the riot about grains, at which festival the public again assists, unapplausive, not we. On the whole, festivals are not wanting. Beautiful rainbow spray, when all is now rushing treble quick towards its Niagara Fall. National repasts there are, countenanced by Mayor Pétion, Saint Antoine and the strong ones of the Harleys defiling through Jacobin Club, their felicity, according to Santerre, not perfect otherwise, singing many-voiced their Ça ira, dancing their Ronde patriotique, among whom one is glad to discern Saint Rouge, expressly in white hat, the Saint Christopher of the Carmagnole. Nay, a certain tambour or national drummer, having just been presented with a little daughter, determines to have the new Frenchwoman christened on Fatherland's altar then and there. Repast once over, he accordingly has her christened, Fauchet the tedium bishop acting in chief, Thuriot and honourable persons standing gossips, by the name Pétion-National-Pique. Does this remarkable citizeness, now past the meridian of life, still walk the earth? Or did she die, perhaps, of teething? Universal history is not indifferent. End of Book 5, Chapter 10. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 11, The Hereditary Representative. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 11, The Hereditary Representative. And yet it is not by Carmagnole dances and singing of Ça ira that the work can be done. Duke Brunswick is not dancing Carmagnoles, but has his drill sergeants busy. On the frontiers our armies, be it treason or not, behave in the worst way. Troops badly commanded, shall we say, or troops intrinsically bad? Unappointed, undisciplined, mutinous, that in a 30 years' peace have never seen fire? In any case, Lafayette's and Rochambeau's little clutch, which they made at Austrian Flanders, has prospered as badly as clutch need do, soldiers starting at their own shadow, suddenly shrieking, "On nous trahit!" and flying off in wild panic or before the first shot, managing only to hang some 2 or 3 prisoners they had picked up and massacre their own commander, poor Théobald Dillon, driven into a granary by them in the town of Lille. And poor Gouvion, he who sat shiftless in that insurrection of women. Gouvion quitted the legislative hall and parliamentary duties in disgust and despair when those galley slaves of Chateauvieux were admitted there. He said, between the Austrians and the Jacobins there is nothing but a soldier's death for it. And so, in the dark, stormy night, he has flung himself into the throat of the Austrian cannon and perished in the skirmish at Maubeuge on the 9th of June. Whom legislative patriotism shall mourn with black mortcloths and melody in the Champ de Mars, many a patriot shiftier, truer none. Lafayette himself is looking altogether dubious. In place of beating the Austrians, is about writing to denounce the Jacobins. Rochambeau, all disconsolate, quits the service. There remains only Luckner, the babbling old Prussian grenadier. Without armies, without generals, and the Cimmerian night has gathered itself, Brunswick preparing his proclamation, just about to march. Let a patriot ministry and legislative say what in these circumstances it will do. Suppress internal enemies for one thing, answers the patriot legislative, and proposes on the 24th of May its decree for the banishment of priests. Collect also some nucleus of determined internal friends, adds War Minister Servin, and proposes on the 7th of June his camp of 20,000. 20,000 national volunteers, 5 out of each canton, picked patriots, for Roland has charge of the interior. They shall assemble here in Paris and be for a defence cunningly devised against foreign Austrians and domestic Austrian committee alike. So much can a patriot ministry and legislative do. Reasonable and cunningly devised as such camp may to Servin and patriotism appear, it appears not so to Feuillantism, to that feuillant aristocrat staff of the Paris Guard, a staff, one would say again, which will need to be dissolved. These men see in this proposed camp of Servin's an offence, and even, as they pretend to say, an insult. Petitions there come in consequence from blue feuillants in epaulets, ill received. Nay, in the end there comes one petition called "Of the 8,000 National Guards," so many names are on it, including women and children. Which famed petition of the 8,000 is indeed received, and the petitioners, all under arms, are admitted to the honours of the sitting, if honours or even if sitting there be. For the instant their bayonets appear at the one door, the assembly adjourns and begins to flow out at the other. Also, in these same days, it is lamentable to see how National Guards, escorting Fête Dieu or Corpus Christi ceremonial, do collar and smite down any patriot that does not uncover as the hostie passes. They clap their bayonets to the breast of cattle-butcher Legendre, a known patriot ever since the Bastille days, and threaten to butcher him, though he sat quite respectfully, he says, in his gig at a distance of 50 paces, waiting till the thing were by. Nay, orthodox females were shrieking to have down the lanterne on him. To such height has feuillantism gone in this corps. For indeed, are not their officers creatures of the chief feuillant, Lafayette? The court, too, has very naturally been tampering with them, caressing them, ever since that dissolution of the so-called Constitutional Guard. Some battalions are altogether pétris, kneaded full of feuillantism, mere aristocrats at bottom. For instance, the battalion of the Filles St. Thomas, made up of your bankers, stockbrokers, and other full pursers of the Rue Vivienne. Our worthy old friend Weber, Queen's foster brother Weber, carries a musket in that battalion. One may judge with what degree of patriotic intention. heedless of all which, or rather heedful of all which, the legislative, backed by patriot France and the feeling of necessity, decrees this camp of 20,000. Decisive, though conditional, banishment of malign priests it has already decreed. It will now be seen, therefore, whether the hereditary representative is for us or against us. Whether or not to all our other woes this intolerablest one is to be added, which renders us not a menaced nation in extreme jeopardy and need, but a paralytic solecism of a nation, sitting wrapped as in dead cerements of a constitutional vesture that were no other than a winding sheet, our right hand glued to our left, to wait there writhing and wriggling, unable to stir from the spot, till in Prussian rope we mount to the gallows. Let the hereditary representative consider it well. The decree of priests? The camp of 20,000? By heaven, he answers, veto, veto. Strict Roland hands in his letters to the king, or rather it was Madame's letter who wrote it all at a sitting, one of the plainest spoken letters ever handed in to any king. This plain-spoken letter King Louis has the benefit of reading overnight. He reads, inwardly digests, and next morning the whole patriot ministry finds itself turned out. It is the 13th of June, 1792. Dumouriez, the many-counselled, he with one Duranton, called Minister of Justice, does indeed linger for a day or two. In rather suspicious circumstances speaks with the Queen, almost weeps with her. But in the end he too sets off for the army, leaving what unpatriot or semi-patriot ministry and ministries can now accept the helm to accept it. Name them not. New quick-changing phantasms which shift like magic lantern figures, more spectral than ever. Unhappy Queen, unhappy Louis. The two vetoes were so natural. Are not the priests martyrs also friends? This camp of 20,000, could it be other than of stormfullest sans-culottes? Natural, and yet to France unendurable. Priests that cooperate with Coblentz must go elsewhither with their martyrdom. Stormful sans-culottes, these and no other kind of creatures, will drive back the Austrians. If thou prefer the Austrians, then for the love of heaven go join them. If not, join frankly with what will oppose them to the death. Middle course there is none. Or alas, what extreme course was there left now for a man like Louis? Underhand royalists, ex-minister Bertrand Montleville, ex-constituent Malouet, and all manner of unhelpful individuals advise and advise. With face of hope turned now on the Legislative Assembly, and now on Austria and Coblentz, and round generally on the chapter of chances, an ancient kingship is reeling and spinning, one knows not whitherward, on the flood of things. End of Book 5, Chapter 11. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 5, Parliament First, Chapter 12, Procession of the Black Breeches. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 5, Chapter 12, Procession of the Black Breeches. But is there a thinking man in France who, in these circumstances, can persuade himself that the Constitution will march? Brunswick is stirring. He, in a few days now, will march. Shall France sit still, wrapped in dead cerements and grave clothes, its right hand glued to its left, till the Brunswick St. Bartholomew arrive? Till France be as Poland, and its rights of man become a Prussian gibbet? Verily, it is a moment frightful for all men. National death, or else some preternatural convulsive outburst of national life, that same demonic outburst. Patriots whose audacity has limits had, in truth, better retire like Barnave, court private felicity at Grenoble. Patriots whose audacity has no limits must sink down into the obscure, and, daring and defying all things, seek salvation in stratagem, in plot of insurrection. Roland and young Barbaroux have spread out the map of France before them. Barbaroux says, with tears, they consider what rivers, what mountain ranges are in it. They will retire behind this Loire stream, defend these Auvergne stone labyrinths, save some little sacred territory of the free, die at least in their last ditch. Lafayette indicts his emphatic letter to the legislative against Jacobinism, which emphatic letter will not heal the unhealable. Forward, ye patriots whose audacity has no limits. It is you now that must either do or die. The sections of Paris sit in deep council, send out deputation after deputation to the Salle de Manège, to petition and denounce. Great is their ire against tyrannous veto, Austrian committee, and the combined Cimmerian kings. What boots it? Legislative listens to the tocsin in our hearts, grants us honours of the sitting, sees us defile with jingle and fanfaronade, but the camp of 20,000 and priest decree, be vetoed by a majesty, are become impossible for legislative. Fiery Enard says, we will have equality, should we descend for it to the tomb. Vergniaud utters, hypothetically, his stern Ezekiel visions of the fate of anti-national kings. But the question is, will hypothetic prophecies, will jingle and fanfaronade demolish the veto? Or will the veto, secure in its Tuileries chateau, remain undemolishable by these? Barbaroux, dashing away his tears, writes to the Marseille municipality that they must send him 600 men who know how to die, qui savent mourir. No wet-eyed message this, but a fire-eyed one, which will be obeyed. Meanwhile, the 20th of June is nigh, anniversary of that world-famous oath of the tennis court, on which day it is said certain citizens have in view to plant a May, or tree of liberty, in the Tuileries terrace of the Feuillants, perhaps also to petition the legislative and hereditary representative about these vetoes, with such demonstration, jingle and evolution as may seem profitable and practicable. Sections have gone singly and jingled and evolved, but if they all went, or great part of them, and there, planting their May in these alarming circumstances, sounded the tocsin in their hearts? Among kings' friends there can be but one opinion as to such a step. Among nations' friends there may be two. On the one hand, might it not by possibility scare away these unblessed vetoes? Private patriots and even legislative deputies may have each his own opinion or own no opinion, but the hardest task falls evidently on Mayor Pétion and the municipals, at once patriots and guardians of the public tranquillity. Hushing the matter down with the one hand, tickling it up with the other. Mayor Pétion and municipality may lean this way, Department Directory with Procureur Syndic Roederer having a feuillant tendency may lean that. On the whole, each man must act according to his one opinion or to his two opinions, and all manner of influences, official representations, cross one another in the foolishest way. Perhaps, after all, the project, desirable and yet not desirable, will dissipate itself, being run athwart by so many complexities, and come to nothing? Not so. On the 20th morning of June, a large tree of liberty, Lombardy poplar by kind, lies visibly tied on its car in the suburb Antoine. Suburb Saint-Marceau, too, in the uttermost southeast, and all that remote oriental region, pikemen and pikewomen, National Guards, and the unarmed curious are gathering, with the peaceablest intentions in the world. A tricolour municipal arrives, speaks. Tush, it is all peaceable, we tell thee, in the way of law. Are not petitions allowable, and the patriotism of maize? The tricolour municipal returns without effect. Your sansculotic rills continue flowing, combining into brooks. Towards noontide, led by tall Santerre in blue uniform, by tall Saint-Rouge in white hat, it moves westward, a respectable river, or complication of still swelling rivers. What processions have we not seen? Corpus Christi and Legendre waiting in gig, bones of Voltaire with bullock chariots and goadsmen in Roman costume, feasts of Chateauvieux and Simoneau, Gouvion funerals, Rousseau sham funerals, and the baptism of Pétion-National-Pique. Nevertheless, this procession has a character of its own. Tricolor ribbons streaming aloft from pike heads, iron-shod batons and emblems not a few, among which see especially these two, of the tragic and the untragic sort. A bull's heart transfixed with iron, bearing this epigraph, "Cœur d'aristocrate," aristocrat's heart, and more striking still, properly the standard of the host, a pair of old black breeches, silk they say, extended on cross-staff high overhead, with these memorable words, "Tremblez, tyrans, voilà les sans-culottes." Tremble, tyrants, here are the sans indispensables. Also the procession trails 2 cannons. Scarfed tricolor municipals do now again meet it in the Quai Saint-Bernard, and plead earnestly, having called "Halt! Peaceable, ye virtuous tricolor municipals, peaceable are we as the sucking dove. Behold our tennis court May. Petition is legal, and as for arms, did not an august legislative receive the so-called 8,000 in arms, feuillant though they were? Our pikes, are they not of national iron? Law is our father and mother, whom we will not dishonour, but patriotism is our own soul. Peaceable, ye virtuous municipals, and on the whole limited as to time. Stop, we cannot. March ye with us. The black breeches agitate themselves, impatient. The cannon wheels grumble. The many-footed host tramps on. How it reached the salle de manège like an ever-waxing river, got admittance after debate, read its address, and defiled, dancing and sa-iraring, led by tall sonorous Santerre and tall sonorous Saint-Rouge, how it flowed, not now a waxing river, but a shut Caspian lake, round all precincts of the Tuileries, the front patriot squeezed by the rearward, against barred iron gates, like to have the life squeezed out of him, and looking too into the dread throat of cannon, for national battalions stood ranked within, how tricolor municipals ran assiduous, and royalists with tickets of entry, and both majesties sat in the interior, surrounded by men in black, all this the human mind shall fancy for itself, or read in old newspapers and Syndic Roederer's chronicle of 50 days. Our May is planted, if not in the Feuillant's terrace, whither is no ingrate, then in the garden of the Capuchins, as near as we could get. National Assembly has adjourned till the evening session. Perhaps this shut lake, finding no ingate, will retire to its sources again, and disappear in peace? Alas, not yet. Rearward still presses on. Rearward knows little what pressure is in the front. One would wish, at all events, were it possible, to have a word with His Majesty first. The shadows fall longer eastward. It is 4 o'clock. Will His Majesty not come out? Hardly he. In that case, Commandant Santerre, cattle butcher Legendre, patriot Huguenin, with the tocsin in his heart, they and others of authority will enter in. Petition and request to wearied uncertain National Guard, louder and louder petition, backed by the rattle of our 2 cannons. The reluctant grate opens. Endless sansculotic multitudes flood the stairs, knock at the wooden guardian of your privacy. Knocks in such case grow strokes, grow smashings. The wooden guardian flies in shivers. And now ensues a scene over which the world has long wailed, and not unjustly, for a sorrier spectacle of incongruity fronting incongruity, and as it were recognizing themselves incongruous, and staring stupidly in each other's face, the world seldom saw. King Louis, his door being beaten on, opens it, stands with free bosom, asking, "What do you want?" The sansculotic flood recoils awestruck, returns, however, the rear pressing on the front, with cries of "Veto! Patriot ministers, remove veto!" Which things Louis valiant answers, "This is not the time to do, nor this the way to ask him to do." Honour what virtue is in a man. Louis does not want courage. He has even the higher kind called moral courage, though only the passive half of that. His few national grenadiers shuffle back with him into the embrasure of a window. There he stands with unimpeachable passivity amid the shouldering and the braying, a spectacle to men. They hand him a red cap of liberty. He sets it quietly on his head, forgets it there. He complains of thirst. Half-drunk rascality offers him a bottle. He drinks of it. "Sire, do not fear," says one of his grenadiers. "Fear?" answers Louis. "Feel then," putting the man's hand on his heart. So stands Majesty in red woollen cap, black sansculottism weltering round him far and wide, aimless, with inarticulate dissonance, with cries of "Veto! Patriot ministers!" For the space of 3 hours or more. The National Assembly is adjourned. Tricolor municipals avail almost nothing. Mayor Pétion tarries absent. Authority is none. The Queen with her children and Sister Elizabeth, in tears and terror, not for themselves only, are sitting behind barricaded tables and grenadiers in an inner room. The men in black have all wisely disappeared. Blind lake of sansculottism welters stagnant through the King's chateau for the space of 3 hours. Nevertheless, all things do end. Vergniaud arrives with legislative deputation, the evening session having now opened. Mayor Pétion has arrived, is haranguing, lifted on the shoulders of 2 grenadiers. In this uneasy attitude and in others, at various places without and within, Mayor Pétion harangues. Many men harangue. Finally, Commandant Santerre defiles, passes out with his sansculottism by the opposite side of the chateau. Passing through the room with the Queen, with an air of dignity and sorrowful resignation, sat among the tables and grenadiers, a woman offers her too a red cap. She holds it in her hand, even puts it on the little Prince Royal. "Madame," said Santerre, "this people loves you more than you think." About 8 o'clock the royal family fall into each other's arms amid torrents of tears. Unhappy family! Who would not weep for it, were there not a whole world to be wept for? Thus has the age of chivalry gone, and that of hunger come. Thus does all needing sansculottism look in the face of its roi, regulator, king, or able man, and find that he has nothing to give it. Thus do the 2 parties, brought face to face after long centuries, stare stupidly at one another. "This verily am I, but, good heavens, is that thou?" and depart, not knowing what to make of it. And yet, incongruities having recognized themselves to be incongruous, something must be made of it. The fates know what. This is the world-famous 20th of June, more worthy to be called the Procession of the Black Breeches, with which what we had to say of this first French biennial Parliament and its products and activities may perhaps fitly enough terminate. End of Book 5, Chapter 12. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 1, Executive that Does Not Act. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 1, Executive that Does Not Act. How could your paralytic national executive be put in action, in any measure, by such a 20th of June as this? Quite contrariwise, a large sympathy for Majesty so insulted arises everywhere, expresses itself in addresses, petitions, petition of the 20,000 inhabitants of Paris and such like, among all constitutional persons, a decided rallying round the throne. Of which rallying it was thought King Louis might have made something. However, he does make nothing of it, or attempt to make, for indeed his views are lifted beyond domestic sympathy and rallying over to Coblentz mainly. Neither in itself is the same sympathy worth much. It is sympathy of men who believe still that the Constitution can march. Wherefore the old discord and ferment of Feuillant's sympathy for royalty and Jacobins' sympathy for fatherland, acting against each other from within, with terror of Coblentz and Brunswick acting from without, this discord and ferment must hold on its course till a catastrophe do ripen and come. One would think, especially as Brunswick is near marching, such catastrophe cannot now be distant. Busy, ye 25 French millions, ye foreign potentates, minatory emigrants, German drill sergeants, each do what his hand findeth. Thou, O reader, at such safe distance, will see what they make of it among them. Consider therefore this pitiable 20th of June as a futility, no catastrophe, rather a catastasis or heightening. Do not its black breeches wave there in the historical imagination like a melancholy flag of distress, soliciting help which no mortal can give? Soliciting pity which thou wert hard-hearted not to give freely to one and all? Other such flags, or what are called occurrences, and black or bright symbolic phenomena, will flit through the historical imagination. These, one after one, let us note with extreme brevity. The first phenomenon is that of Lafayette at the bar of the Assembly after a week and day. Promptly on hearing of this scandalous 20th of June, Lafayette has quitted his command on the northern frontier in better or worse order, and got hither on the 28th to repress the Jacobins, not by letter now, but by oral petition and weight of character, face to face. The august Assembly finds the step questionable, invites him meanwhile to the honours of the sitting. Other honour or advantage there unhappily came almost none, the galleries all growling, fiery Enard glooming, sharp Guadet not wanting in sarcasms. And out of doors, when the sitting is over, Sieur Rasson, keeper of the Patriot Café in these regions, hears in the street a hurly-burly, steps forth to look, he and his Patriot customers. It is Lafayette's carriage, with a tumultuous escort of blue grenadiers, cannoneers, even officers of the line, hurrahing and capering around it. They make a pause opposite Sieur Rasson's door, wag their plumes at him, nay, shake their fists, bellowing, "À bas les Jacobins!" but happily pass on without onslaught. They pass on to plant a May before the general's door, and bully considerably. All which the Sieur Rasson cannot but report with sorrow that night in the Mother Society. But what no Sieur Rasson nor Mother Society can do more than guess is this, that a council of rank Feuillant, your unabolished staff of the guard, and who else has status and weight, is in these very moments privily deliberating at the general's. Can we not put down the Jacobins by force? Next day a review shall be held in the Tuileries garden of such as will turn out and try. Alas, says Toulongion, hardly 100 turned out. Put it off till tomorrow then, to give better warning. On the morrow, which is Saturday, there turn out some 30, and depart, shrugging their shoulders. Lafayette promptly takes carriage again, returns musing on many things. The dust of Paris is hardly off his wheels, the summer Sunday is still young, when Cordeliers in deputation pluck up that May of his. Before sunset, patriots have burnt him in effigy. Louder doubt and louder rises in section, in National Assembly, as to the legality of such unbidden anti-Jacobin visit on the part of a general. Doubt swelling and spreading all over France for 6 weeks or so, with endless talk about usurping soldiers, about English monk, nay, about Cromwell. O thou poor Grandison Cromwell, what boots it? King Louis himself looked coldly on the enterprise. Colossal hero of two worlds, having weighed himself in the balance, finds that he has become a gossamer colossus, only some 30, turning out. In a like sense, and with a like issue, works our Department Directory here at Paris, who on the 6th of July take upon them to suspend Mayor Pétion and Procureur Manuel from all civic functions, for their conduct replete, as is alleged, with omissions and commissions on that delicate 20th of June. Virtuous Pétion sees himself a kind of martyr or pseudo-martyr, threatened with several things, drawls out due heroical lamentation, to which patriot Paris and patriot legislative duly respond. King Louis and Mayor Pétion have already had an interview on that business of the 20th, an interview and dialogue distinguished by frankness on both sides, ending on King Louis's side with the words, "Taisez-vous," hold your peace. For the rest, this of suspending our mayor does seem a mistimed measure. By ill chance it came out precisely on the day of that famous baiser de l'amourette, or miraculous reconciliatory Delilah kiss which we spoke of long ago, which Delilah kiss was thereby quite hindered of effect. For now His Majesty has to write, almost that same night, asking a reconciled assembly for advice. The reconciled assembly will not advise, will not interfere. The King confirms the suspension. Then perhaps, but not till then, will the assembly interfere, the noise of patriot Paris getting loud. Whereby your Delilah kiss, such was the destiny of Parliament first, becomes a Philistine battle. Nay, there goes a word that as many as 30 of our chief patriot senators are to be clapped in prison by mittimus and indictment of feuillant justices, juges de paix, who here in Paris were well capable of such a thing. It was but in May last that juge de paix Larivière, on complaint of Bertrand Morville touching that Austrian committee, made bold to launch his mittimus against 3 heads of the mountain, deputies Béziers, Chabot, Merlin, the Cordelier trio, summoning them to appear before him and show where that Austrian committee was, or else suffer the consequences. Which mittimus the trio, on their side, made bold to fling in the fire, and valiantly pleaded privilege of Parliament. So that for his zeal without knowledge, poor Justice Larivière now sits in the prison of Orléans, waiting trial from the haute cour there. Whose example may it not deter other rash justices, and so this word of the 30 arrestements continue a word merely? But on the whole, though Lafayette weighed so light, and had his May plucked up, official feuillantism falters not a whit, but carries its head high, strong in the letter of the law. Feuillant all of these men, a feuillant directory, founding on high character and such like, with Duke de la Rochefort for president, a thing which may prove dangerous for him. Dim now is the once bright Anglomania of these admired noblemen. Duke de Liancourt offers out of Normandy, where he is Lord Lieutenant, not only to receive his Majesty, thinking of flight thither, but to lend him money, to enormous amounts. Sire, it is not a revolt, it is a revolution, and truly no rosewater one. Worthier noblemen were not in France nor in Europe than those two, but the time is crooked, quick-shifting, perverse. What straightest course will lead to any goal in it? Another phasis which we note in these early July days is that of certain thin streaks of federate national volunteers wending from various points towards Paris to hold a new Federation Festival or Feast of Pikes on the 14th there. So has the National Assembly wished it, so has the nation willed it. In this way, perhaps, may we still have our patriot camp in spite of veto? For cannot these Fédères, having celebrated their Feast of Pikes, march on to Soissons, and, there being drilled and regiment, rush to the frontiers or whither we like? Thus were the one veto cunningly eluded. as indeed the other veto about priests is also like to be eluded, and without much cunning. For provincial assemblies in Calvados, as one instance, are proceeding on their own strength to judge and banish anti-national priests. Or still worse, without provincial assembly, a desperate people, as at Bordeaux, can hang 2 of them on the lantern on the way towards judgment. Pity for the spoken veto when it cannot become an acted one. It is true, some ghost of a war minister or home minister, for the time being, ghost whom we do not name, does write to municipalities and king's commanders that they shall, by all conceivable methods, obstruct this federation, and even turn back the federers by force of arms, a message which scatters mere doubt, paralysis, and confusion, irritates the poor legislature, reduces the federers, as we see, to thin streaks. But being questioned, this ghost and the other ghosts, what is it then that they propose to do for saving the country? They answer that they cannot tell, that indeed they for their part have this morning resigned in a body, and do now merely respectfully take leave of the helm altogether. With which words they rapidly walk out of the hall, sortant brusquement de la salle, the galleries cheering loudly, the poor legislature sitting for a good while in silence. Thus do cabinet ministers themselves in extreme cases strike work, one of the strangest omens. Other complete cabinet ministry there will not be, only fragments, and these changeful, which never get completed, spectral apparitions that cannot so much as appear. King Louis writes that he now views this federation feast with approval, and will himself have the pleasure to take part in the same. And so these thin streaks of federes wend Parisward through a paralytic France. Thin, grim streaks, not thick, joyful ranks as of old to the first feast of pikes. No, these poor federates march now towards Austria and Austrian committee, towards jeopardy and forlorn hope, men of hard fortune and temper, not rich in the world's goods. Municipalities, paralysed by war ministers, are shy of affording cash. It may be your poor federates cannot arm themselves, cannot march till the daughter society of the place open her pocket and subscribe. There will not have arrived at the set day 3,000 of them in all. And yet, thin and feeble as these streaks of federates seem, they are the only thing one discerns moving with any clearness of aim in this strange scene. Angry buzz and simmer, uneasy tossing and moaning of a huge France, all enchanted, spellbound by unmarching constitution into frightful conscious and unconscious magnetic sleep, which frightful magnetic sleep must now issue soon in one of 2 things, death or madness. The federes carry mostly in their pocket some earnest cry and petition to have the national executive put in action, or as a step towards that, to have the king's déchéance, king's forfeiture, or at least his suspension, pronounced. They shall be welcome to the legislative, to the mother of patriotism, and Paris will provide for their lodging. Déchéance indeed, and what next? A France spell-free, a revolution saved, and anything and all things next, so answer grimly Danton and the unlimited patriots deep down in their subterranean region of plot whither they have now dived. Déchéance, answered Brissot with the limited, and if next the little Prince Royal were crowned, and some regency of Girondins and a recalled patriot ministry set over him? Alas, poor Brissot, looking as indeed poor man does always on the nearest morrow as his peaceable promised land, deciding what must reach to the world's end, yet with an insight that reaches not beyond his own nose. Wiser are the unlimited subterranean patriots who, with light for the hour itself, leave the rest to the gods. Or were it not, as we now stand, the probablest issue of all, that Brunswick, in Coblentz, just gathering his huge limbs towards him to rise, might arrive first, and stop both déchéance and theorising on it? Brunswick is on the eve of marching, with 80,000, they say, fell Prussians, Hessians, fell emigrants, a general of the great Frederick with such an army, and our armies, and our generals? As for Lafayette, on whose late visit the committee is sitting and all France is jarring and censuring, he seems readier to fight us than fight Brunswick. Luckner and Lafayette pretend to be interchanging corps and are making movements which patriotism cannot understand. This only is very clear, that their corps go marching and shuttling in the interior of the country much nearer Paris than formerly. Luckner has ordered Dumouriez down to him, down from Molde and the fortified camp there, which order the many-counselled Dumouriez, with the Austrians hanging close on him, he busy meanwhile training a few thousands to stand fire and be soldiers, declares that come of it what will, he cannot obey. Will a poor legislative therefore sanction Dumouriez, who applies to it, not knowing whether there is any war ministry? Or sanction Luckner and these Lafayette movements? The poor legislative knows not what to do. It decrees, however, that the staff of the Paris Guard, and indeed all such staffs, for they are feuillants mostly, shall be broken and replaced. It decrees earnestly in what manner one can declare that the country is in danger. And finally, on the 11th of July, the morrow of that day when the ministry struck work, it decrees that the country be, with all dispatch, declared in danger. Whereupon let the king sanction, let the municipality take measures. If such declaration will do service, it need not fail. In danger, truly, if ever country was. Arise, O country, or be trodden down to ignominious ruin. Nay, are not the chances 100 to 1 that no rising of the country will save it, Brunswick, the emigrants, and feudal Europe drawing nigh? End of Book 6, Chapter 1. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle. Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 6, The Marseillaise. Chapter 2, Let Us March. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 2, Let Us March. But to our minds the notablest of all these moving phenomena is that of Barbaroux' 600 Marseillais who know how to die. Prompt to the request of Barbaroux, the Marseille municipality has got these men together. On the 5th morning of July, the town hall says, "Marchez, abattez le tyran, march, strike down the tyrant." And they, with grim appropriate marchons, are marching. Long journey, doubtful errand, enfant de la patrie, may a good genius guide you. Their own wild heart and what faith it has will guide them, and is not that the monition of some genius, better or worse? 517 able men, with captains of 50s and 10s, well armed all, musket on shoulder, sabre on thigh. Nay, they drive 3 pieces of cannon, for who knows what obstacles may occur. Municipalities there are, paralysed by war minister, commandants with orders to stop, even federation volunteers. Good, when sound arguments will not open a town gate if you have a petard to shiver it. They have left their sunny Phocian city and sea haven, with its bustle and its bloom, the thronging course with high fondant avenues, pitchy dockyards, almond and olive groves, orange trees on housetops, and white glittering bastides that crown the hills, are all behind them. They wend on their wild way from the extremity of French land, through unknown cities, towards an unknown destiny, with a purpose that they know. Much wondering at this phenomenon, and how in a peaceable trading city so many householders or hearth-holders do severally fling down their crafts and industrial tools, gird themselves with weapons of war, and set out on a journey of 600 miles to strike down the tyrant. You search in all historical books, pamphlets and newspapers for some light on it, unhappily without effect. Rumour and terror precede this march, which still echo on you, the march itself an unknown thing. Weber in the backstairs of the Tuileries has understood that they were forçats, galley slaves, and mere scoundrels, these Marseillais, that as they marched through Lyon the people shut their shops, also that the number of them was some 4,000. Equally vague is Blanc Gilly, who likewise murmurs about forçats and dangers of plunder. Forçats there were not, neither was there plunder or danger of it. Men of regular life or of the best-filled purse they could hardly be. The one thing needful in them was that they knew how to die. Friend Aunt Martin saw them with his own eyes march gradually through his quarters at Villefranche in the Beaujolais, but saw in the vaguest manner, being indeed preoccupied and himself minded for marching just then across the Rhine. Deep was his astonishment to think of such a march, without appointment or arrangement, station or ration. For the rest it was the same men he had seen formerly in the troubles of the south, perfectly civil, though his soldiers could not be kept from talking a little with them. So vague are all these. Moniteur, Histoire parlementaire are as good as silent. Garrulous history, as is too usual, will say nothing where you most wish her to speak. If enlightened curiosity ever get a sight of the Marseille Council books, will it not perhaps explore this strangest of municipal procedures, and feel called to fish up what of the biographies, creditable or discreditable, of these 517 the stream of time has not yet irrevocably swallowed? As it is, these Marseillais remain inarticulate, indistinguishable in feature, a black-browed mass full of grim fire, who wend there in the hot sultry weather, very singular to contemplate. They wend amid the infinitude of doubt and dim peril, they not doubtful. Fate and feudal Europe having decided, come girdling in from without, they, having also decided, do march within. Dusty of face, with frugal refreshment, they plod onwards, unweariable, not to be turned aside. Such march will become famous. The thought which works voiceless in this black-browed mass, and inspired Teutean colonel Roger de Lille, whom the earth still holds, has translated into grim melody and rhythm, into his hymn or march of the Marseillaise, luckiest musical composition ever promulgated, the sound of which will make the blood tingle in men's veins, and whole armies and assemblages will sing it, with eyes weeping and burning, with hearts defiant of death, despot and devil. One sees well these Marseillais will be too late for the Federation feast. In fact, it is not Champ de Mars oaths that they have in view. They have quite another feat to do, a paralytic national executive to set in action. They must strike down whatsoever tyrant or martyr fainéant there may be who paralyses it. Strike and be struck, and on the whole prosper, and know how to die. End of Book 6, Chapter 2. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 3, Some Consolation to Mankind. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 3, Some Consolation to Mankind. Of the Federation feast itself we shall say almost nothing. There are tents pitched in the Champ de Mars, tent for National Assembly, tent for Hereditary Representative, who indeed is there too early and has to wait long in it. There are 83 symbolical department trees of liberty, trees and Mays enough. Beautifulest of all these is one huge May, hung round with effete scutcheons, emblazonries, and genealogy books, nay, better still, with lawyers' bags, sacs de procedure, which shall be burnt. The 30 seat rows of that famed slope are again full. We have a bright sun, and all is marching, steamering, and blaring, but what avails it? Virtuous Mayor Pétion, whom Feuillantism had suspended, was reinstated only last night by decree of the Assembly. Men's humour is of the sourest. Men's hats have on them, written in chalk, Vive Pétion, and even Pétion or death, Pétion ou la mort. Poor Louis, who has waited till 5 o'clock before the assembly would arrive, swears the national oath this time with a quilted cuirass under his waistcoat which will turn pistol bullets. Madame de Staël from that royal tent stretches out the neck in a kind of agony lest the waving multitudes which receive him may not render him back alive. No cry of Vive le roi salutes the ear, cries only of Vive Pétion, Pétion ou la mort. The national solemnity is, as it were, huddled by, each cowering off almost before the evolutions are gone through. The very May, with its scutcheons and lawyers' bags, is forgotten, stands unburnt, till certain patriot deputies, called by the people, set a torch to it by way of voluntary afterpiece. Sadder feast of pikes no man ever saw. Mayor Pétion, named on hats, is at his zenith in this federation. Lafayette again is close upon his nadir. Why does the storm bell of Saint-Roch speak out next Saturday? Why do the citizens shut their shops? It is sections defiling. It is fear of effervescence. Legislative Committee, long deliberating on Lafayette and that anti-Jacobin visit of his, reports this day that there is not ground for accusation. Peace, ye patriots, nevertheless, and let that tocsin cease. The debate is not finished, nor the report accepted. But Brissot, Inard, and the mountain will sift it and re-sift it, perhaps for some 3 weeks longer. So many bells, storm bells, and noises do ring, scarcely audible, one drowning the other. For example, in this same Lafayette tocsin of Saturday, was there not withal some faint bob minor and deputation of legislative ringing the Chevalier Paul Jones to his long rest? Tocsin or dirge, now all one to him. Not 10 days hence, Patriot Brissot, be shouted this day by their patriot galleries, shall find himself begroaned by them on account of his limited patriotism, nay, pelted at while perorating and hit by 2 prunes. It is a distracted, empty-sounding world of bob minors and bob majors, of triumph and terror, of rise and fall. The more touching is this other solemnity which happens on the morrow of the Lafayette tocsin, proclamation that the country is in danger. Not till the present Sunday could such solemnity be. The legislative decreed it almost a fortnight ago, but royalty and the ghost of a ministry held back as they could. Now, however, on this Sunday, 22nd day of July, 1792, it will hold back no longer, and the solemnity in very deed is. Touching to behold. Municipality and mayor have on their scarfs cannon salvo booms alarm from the Pont Neuf and single gun at intervals all day. Guards are mounted, scarfed notabilities, halberdiers, and a cavalcade, with streamers, emblematic flags, especially with one huge flag flapping mournfully. Citoyens, la patrie est en danger! They roll through the streets with stern-sounding music and slow rattle of hoofs, pausing at set stations and with doleful blast of trumpet singing out through herald's throat what the flag says to the eye. Citizens, the country is in danger! Is there a man's heart that hears it without a thrill? The many-voiced responsive hum or bellow of these multitudes is not of triumph, and yet it is a sound deeper than triumph. But when the long cavalcade and proclamation ended, and our huge flag was fixed on the Pont Neuf, another like it on the Hôtel de Ville, to wave there till better days, and each municipal sat in the centre of his section, in a tent raised in some open square, tent surmounted with flags of Patrie en danger, and topmost of all a pike and bonnet rouge, and on 2 drums in front of him there lay a plank table, and on this an open book, and a clerk sat like recording angel, ready to write the lists, or as we say, to enlist. Oh, then it seems the very gods might have looked down on it. Young patriotism, calotic and sans-calotic, rushes forward, emulous. That is my name. Name, blood, and life is all my country's. Why have I nothing more? Youths of short stature weep that they are below size. Old men come forward, a son in each hand. Mothers themselves will grant the son of their travail, send him, though with tears. And the multitude bellows, Viva la patria! Far reverberating. And fire flashes in the eyes of men, and at eventide your municipal returns to the town hall, followed by his long train of volunteer valour. Hands in his list, says proudly, looking round, This is my day's harvest. They will march on the morrow to Soissons, small bundle holding all their chattels. So, with Vive la Patria, Vive la Liberté, stone Paris reverberates like ocean in his caves, day after day, municipals enlisting in tricolour tent, the flag flapping on Pont Neuf and Town Hall. Citoyens, la patrie est en danger. Some 10,000 fighters, without discipline, but full of heart, are on march in few days. The like is doing in every town of France. Consider, therefore, whether the country will want defenders had we but a national executive. Let the sections and primary assemblies at any rate become permanent and sit continually in Paris and over France by legislative decree dated Wednesday the 25th. Mark contrariwise how in these very hours dated the 25th Brunswick shakes himself, c'est branle, in Coblentz and takes the road. Shakes himself indeed. One spoken word becomes such a shaking. Successive simultaneous dirl of 30,000 muskets shouldered, prance and jingle of 10,000 horsemen, fanfaronading emigrants in the van, drum, kettle drum, noise of weeping, swearing, and the immeasurable lumbering clank of baggage wagons and camp kettles that groan into motion. All this is Brunswick shaking himself. Not without all this does the one-man march, covering a space of 40 miles. Still less without his manifesto, dated, as we say, the 25th, a state paper worthy of attention. By this document it would seem great things are in store for France. The universal French people shall now have permission to rally round Brunswick and his emigrant seigneurs. Tyranny of a Jacobin faction shall oppress them no more, but they shall return and find favour with their own good king, who by royal declaration 3 years ago of the 23rd of June said that he would himself make them happy. As for National Assembly and other bodies of men invested with some temporary shadow of authority, they are charged to maintain the king's cities and strong places intact till Brunswick arrive to take delivery of them. Indeed, quick submission may extenuate many things, but to this end it must be quick. Any National Guard or other unmilitary person found resisting in arms shall be treated as a traitor, that is to say, hanged with promptitude. For the rest, if Paris, before Brunswick gets thither, offer any insult to the king, or, for example, suffer a faction to carry the king away elsewhither, in that case Paris shall be blasted asunder with cannon shot and military execution. Likewise all other cities which may witness and not resist to the uttermost such forced march of his Majesty shall be blasted asunder, and Paris and every city of them, starting place, course and goal of said sacrilegious forced march, shall as rubbish and smoking ruin lie there for a sign. Such vengeance were indeed signal and insigne vengeance. O Brunswick, what words thou writest and blusterest! In this Paris, as in old Nineveh, are so many score thousands that know not the right hand from the left, and also much cattle. Shall the very milk cows, hard-living cadgers, asses, and poor little canary birds die? Nor is royal and imperial Prussian-Austrian declaration wanting, setting forth in the amplest manner their sans souci chambrin version of this whole French Revolution since the first beginning of it, and with what grief these high heads have seen such things done under the sun, However, as some small consolation to mankind, they do now dispatch Brunswick, regardless of expense, as one might say, of sacrifices on their part, for is it not the first duty to console men? Serene highnesses who sit there protocolling and manifestoing and consoling mankind. How were it if for once in the 1,000 years your parchments, formularies and reasons of state were blown to the four winds, and reality's sans indispensable stared you, even you, in the face, and mankind said for itself what the thing was that would console it? End of Book 6, Chapter 3. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 4, Subterranean. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 4, Subterranean. But judge if there was comfort in this to the sections, all sitting permanent, deliberating how a national executive could be put in action. High rises the response, not of cackling terror, but of crowing counter-defiance and Vive la Nation! Young valour streaming towards the frontiers, Patrie en danger mutely beckoning on the Pont Neuf. Sections are busy in their permanent deep, and down lower still works unlimited patriotism, seeking salvation in plot. Insurrection, you would say, becomes once more the sacredest of duties. Committee, self-chosen, is sitting at the sign of the Golden Sun. Journalist Carrare, Camille Desmoulins, Alsatian Westermann, friend of Danton, American Fournier of Martinique, a committee not unknown to Mayor Pétion, who, as an official person, must sleep with one eye open. Not unknown to Procureur Manuel, least of all to Procureur Substitute Danton. He, wrapped in darkness, being also official, bears it on his giant shoulder, cloudy invisible atlas of the whole. Much is invisible. The very Jacobins have their reticences. Insurrection is to be, but when? This only we can discern, that such fédérés as are not yet gone to Soissons, as indeed are not inclined to go yet, for reasons, says the Jacobin president, which it may be interesting not to state, have got a central committee sitting close by under the roof of the Mother Society herself. Also, what in such ferment and danger of effervescence is surely proper, the 48 sections have got their central committee, intended for prompt communication, to which central committee the municipality, anxious to have it at hand, could not refuse an apartment in the Hôtel de Ville. Singular city! For overhead of all this there is the customary baking and brewing, labour hammers and grinds, frilled promenaders saunter under the trees, white muslin promenaderesses in green parasol leaning on your arm. Dogs dance and shoe-blacks polish on that Pont Neuf itself, where fatherland is in danger. So much goes its course, and yet the course of all things is nigh altering and ending. Look at that Tuileries and Tuileries Garden. Silent all as Sahara, none entering save by ticket. They shut their gates after the day of the Black Breeches, a thing they had the liberty to do. However, the National Assembly grumbled something about Terrace of the Feuillants. Our said terrace lay contiguous to the back entrance to their salle, and was partly national property, and so now national justice have stretched a tricolor riband athwart by way of boundary line, respected with splenetic strictness by all patriots. It hangs there, that tricolor boundary line, carries satirical inscriptions on cards, generally in verse, and all beyond this is called Koblenz, and remains vacant, silent as a fateful Golgotha, sunshine and umbrage alternating on it in vain. Fateful circuit, what hope can dwell in it? Mysterious tickets of entry introduce themselves, speak of insurrection very imminent. Rivarol's staff of genius had better purchase blunderbusses, grenadier bonnets, red Swiss uniforms may be useful. Insurrection will come, but likewise will it not be met, staved off, one may hope, till Brunswick arrive? But consider withal if the bourne stones and portable chairs remain silent, if the Herald's College of bill-stickers sleep. Louvet's sentinel warns gratis on all walls, Sulot is busy, people's friend Marat and king's friend Royou croak and counter-croak. For the man Marat, though long hidden since that Champ de Mars massacre, is still alive. He has lain, who knows in what cellars, perhaps in Legendre's, fed by a stake of Legendre's killing. But since April the bullfrog voice of him sounds again, hoarsest of earthly cries. For the present black terror haunts him. O brave Barbaroux, wilt thou not smuggle me to Marseille, disguised as a jockey? In Palais Royal and all public places, as we read, there is sharp activity. Private individuals haranguing that valour may enlist, haranguing that the executive may be put in action. Royalist journals ought to be solemnly burnt. Argument thereupon, debates which generally end in single-stick coup de canne. Or think of this, the hour midnight, Place Salle de Manège, august assembly just adjourning. Citizens of both sexes enter in a rush, exclaiming, "Vengeance! They are poisoning our brothers!" baking braid glass among their bread at Soissons. Vergniaud has to speak soothing words. Our commissioners are already sent to investigate this braid glass and do what is needful therein, till the rush of citizens makes profound silence and goes home to its bed. Such is Paris, the heart of a France like to it. Preternatural suspicion, doubt, disquietude, nameless anticipation from shore to shore, and those black-browed Marseillais marching, dusty, unwearied, through the middle of it, not doubtful they. Marching to the grim music of their hearts, they consume continually the long road these 3 weeks and more, heralded by terror and rumour. The Brest-Fédères arrive on the 26th, through hurrahing streets. Determined men are these also, bearing or not bearing the sacred pikes of Chateauvieux, and on the whole decidedly disinclined for Soissons as yet. Surely the Marseillais brethren do draw nigher all days. End of Book 6, Chapter 4. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 5, At Dinner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 5, At Dinner. It was a bright day for Charenton, that 29th of the month, when the Marseillaise brethren actually came in sight. Barbaroux, Santerre, and patriots have gone out to meet the grim wayfarers. Patriot clasps dusty patriot to his bosom. There is foot-washing and refection, dinner of 1,200 covers at the Blue Dial, Cadran Bleu, and deep interior consultation, that one wots not of. Consultation indeed, which comes to little, for Santerre, with an open purse, with a loud voice, has almost no head. Here, however, we repose this night. On the morrow is public entry into Paris. On which public entry the day historians, diurnalists, or journalists, as they call themselves, have preserved record enough. Our Saint-Antoine, male and female, and Paris generally, gave brotherly welcome, with bravo and hand-clapping in crowded streets, and all passed in the peaceablest manner, except it might be our Marseillaise pointed out here and there a ribboned cockade, and beckoned that it should be snatched away and exchanged for a wool one, which was done. How the Mother Society in a body has come as far as the Bastille ground to embrace you. How you then wend onwards triumphant to the town hall, to be embraced by Mayor Pétion, to put down your muskets in the barracks of Nouvelle France, not far off, then towards the appointed tavern in the Champs-Élysées to enjoy a frugal patriot repast. Of all which the indignant Tuileries may, by its tickets of entry, have warning. Red Swiss look doubly sharp to their chateau grates, though surely there is no danger. Blue Grenadiers of the Filles St. Thomas section are on duty there this day, men of agio, as we have seen, with stuffed purses, ribboned cockades, among whom serves Weber. A party of these latter, with captains, with sundry feuillant notabilities, Moreau de Saint-Méry of the 3,000 orders and others, have been dining, much more respectably, in a tavern hard by. They have dined and are now drinking loyal patriotic toasts, while the Marseillais, national patriotic merely, are about sitting down to their frugal covers of delf. How it happened remains to this day undemonstrable, but the external fact is, certain of these Filles St. Thomas grenadiers do issue from their tavern, perhaps touched, surely not yet muddled with any liquor they have had, issue in the professed intention of testifying to the Marseillais or to the multitude of Paris patriots who stroll in these spaces that they, the Filles St. Thomas men, if well seen into, are not a whit less patriotic than any other class of men whatever. It was a rash errand, for how can the strolling multitudes credit such a thing, or do other indeed than hoot at it, provoking and provoked, till grenadier sabres stir in the scabbard, and a sharp shriek rises, "À nous, Marseillais! Help, Marseillais!" Quick as lightning, for the frugal repast is not yet served, that Marseillais tavern flings itself open by door, by window, running, bounding, vault forth the 517 undined patriots, and, sabre flashing from thigh, are on the scene of controversy. Will ye parley, ye grenadier captains and official persons, with faces grown suddenly pale, the deponents say? Advisabler were instant moderately swift retreat. The Filles St. Thomas retreat, backs foremost, then, alas, face foremost at treble-quick time, the Marseillais, according to a deponent, clearing the fences and ditches after them like lions. Messieurs, it was an imposing spectacle. Thus they retreat, the Marseillais following, swift and swifter towards the Tuileries, where the drawbridge receives the bulk of the fugitives, and then suddenly drawn up saves them, or else the green mud of the ditch does it. The bulk of them, not all, no. Moreau de Saint-Méry, for example, being too fat, could not fly fast. He got a stroke, flat stroke only, over the shoulder blades, and fell prone, and disappears there from the history of the Revolution. Cuts also there were, pricks in the posterior fleshy parts, much rending of skirts and other discrepant waste. But poor Sub-Lieutenant Duhamel, innocent change-broker, what a lot for him! He turned on his pursuer, or pursuers, with a pistol. He fired and missed, drew a second pistol, and again fired and missed, then ran, unhappily in vain. In the Rue Saint-Florentin they clutched him, thrust him through in red rage. That was the end of the new era, and of all eras, for poor Duhamel. Pacific readers can fancy what sort of grace before meat this was to frugal patriotism. Also how the battalion of the Filles St. Thomas drew out in arms, luckily without further result. How there was accusation at the bar of the Assembly, and counter-accusation and defence, Marseillais challenging the sentence of free jury court, which never got to a decision. We ask rather what the upshot of all these distracted, wildly accumulating things may, by probability, be. Some upshot, and the time draws nigh. Busy are central committees of Federers at the Jacobins Club, of sections at the Town Hall, reunion of Cara Camilla and company at the Golden Sun, busy like submarine deities, or call them mud gods, working there in the deep murk of waters, till the thing be ready. And how your National Assembly, like a ship waterlogged, helmless, lies tumbling, the galleries of shrill women, of Federers with sabres, bellowing down on it, not unfrightful, and waits where the waves of chance may please to strand it, suspicious, nay, on the left side, conscious what submarine explosion is meanwhile a-charging. Petition for King's forfeiture rises often there. Petition from Paris section, from provincial patriot towns, from Alençon, Briançon, and the traders at the fair of Beaucaire. Or what of these? On the 3rd of August, Mayor Pétion and the municipality come petitioning for forfeiture, they openly in their tricolor municipal scarves. Forfeiture is what all patriots now want and expect. All Bressartins want forfeiture, with the little Prince Royal for king and us for protector over him. Emphatic Federers ask the legislature, can you save us or not? 47 sections have agreed to forfeiture, only that of the Fille St. Thomas pretending to disagree. Nay, section more conseilled declares forfeiture to be, properly speaking, come. More conseiller, for one, does from this day, the last of July, cease allegiance to Louis, and take minute of the same before all men. A thing blamed aloud, but which will be praised aloud, and the name mauvais conseil of ill counsel be thenceforth changed to bon conseil of good counsel. President Danton, in the Cordeliers section, does another thing, invites all passive citizens to take place among the active in section business, one peril threatening all. Thus he, though an official person, cloudy Atlas of the whole. Likewise he manages to have that black-browed battalion of Marseillais shifted to new barracks in his own region of the remote southeast. Sleek Chaumette, cruel Biot, Deputy Chabot, the disfrocked, Huguenin with the tocsin in his heart, will welcome them there. Wherefore, again and again, O legislators, can you save us or not? Poor legislators with their legislature waterlogged, volcanic explosion charging under it. Forfeiture shall be debated on the 9th day of August. That miserable business of Lafayette may be expected to terminate on the 8th. Or will the humane reader glance into the levee day of Sunday the 5th? The last levee. Not for a long time. Never, says Bertrand Molleville, had a levee been so brilliant, at least so crowded. A sad presaging interest sat on every face. Bertrand's own eyes were filled with tears. For indeed, outside of that tricolor ribbon on the Foyant's terrace, legislature is debating. Sections are defiling. All Paris is astir this very Sunday, demanding déchéance. Here, however, within the riband, a grand proposal is on foot, for the 100th time, of carrying His Majesty to Rouen and the castle of Gaillon. Swiss at Courbevoie are in readiness. Much is ready. Majesty himself seems almost ready. Nevertheless, for the 100th time, Majesty, when near the point of action, draws back, writes after one has waited, palpitating, an endless summer day, that he has reason to believe the insurrection is not so ripe as you suppose. Whereat Bertrand Molleville breaks forth into extremity at one of spleen and despair, d'humeur et de désespoir. End of Book 6, Chapter 5. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 6, The Marseillaise. Chapter 6, The Steeples at Midnight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 6, The Steeples at Midnight. For in truth the insurrection is just about ripe. Thursday is the 9th of the month August. If forfeiture be not pronounced by the legislature that day, we must pronounce it ourselves. Legislature? A poor waterlogged legislature can pronounce nothing. On Wednesday the 8th, after endless oratory once again, they cannot even pronounce accusation against Lafayette, but absolve him. Hear it, patriotism, by a majority of 2 to 1. Patriotism hears it. Patriotism, hounded on by Prussian terror, by preternatural suspicion, roars tumultuous round the salle de manège all day, insults many leading deputies of the absolvent right side, nay, chases them, collars them with loud menace. Deputy Vaublanc and others of the like are glad to take refuge in guard-houses and escape by the back window. And so, next day there is infinite complaint, letter after letter from insulted deputy, mere complaint, debate, and self-cancelling jargon. The sun of Thursday sets like the others, and no forfeiture pronounced. Wherefore, in fine, to your tents, O Israel! The Mother Society ceases speaking, groups cease haranguing, patriots with closed lips now take one another's arm. walk off in rows 2 and 2 at a brisk business pace, and vanish afar in the obscure places of the east. Santerre is ready, or we will make him ready. 47 of the 48 sections are ready. Nay, Fille Saint Thomas itself burns up the Jacobin side of it, turns down the Feuillant side of it, and is ready too. Let the unlimited patriot look to his weapon, be it pike, be it firelock, and the Brest brethren, above all the black-browed Marseillais, prepare themselves for the extreme hour. Syndic Roederer knows and laments or not, as the issue may turn, that 5,000 ball cartridges within these 2 days have been distributed to Federers at the Hôtel de Ville. And ye likewise, gallant gentlemen, defenders of royalty, crowd ye on your side to the Tuileries, not to a levee, no, to a couche, where much will be put to bed. Your tickets of entry are needful. Needful are your blunderbusses. They come and crowd like gallant men who also know how to die. Old Maillard, the camp marshal, has come, his eyes gleaming once again, though dimmed by the rheum of almost 80 years. Courage, brothers, we have 1,000 red Swiss, men stanch of heart, steadfast as the granite of their Alps. National Grenadiers are at least friends of order. Commandant Mandat breathes loyal ardour, will answer for it on his head. Mandat will, and his staff, for the staff, though there stands a doom and decree to that effect, is happily never yet dissolved. Commandant Mandat has corresponded with Mayor Pétion, carries a written order from him these 3 days to repel force by force. A squadron on the Pont Neuf with cannon shall turn back these Marseillais coming across the river. A squadron at the town hall shall cut Saint-Antoine in 2 as it issues from the Arcade Saint-Jean. Drive one half back to the obscure east, drive the other half forward through the wickets of the Louvre. Squadrons not a few, and mounted squadrons, squadrons in the Palais Royal, in the Place Vendôme, all these shall charge at the right moment, sweep this street, and then sweep that. Some new 20th of June we shall have, only still more ineffectual? Or probably the insurrection will not dare to rise at all? Mandat's squadrons, horse gendarmerie and blue guards, march, clattering, tramping. Mandat's cannoneers rumble, under cloud of night, to the sound of his général, which begins drumming when men should go to bed. It is the 9th night of August, 1792. On the other hand, the 48 sections correspond by swift messengers, are choosing each their 3 delegates with full powers. Syndic Roederer, Mayor Pétion are sent for to the Tuileries. Courageous legislators, when the drum beats danger, should repair to their salle. Demoiselle Théroigne has on her grenadier bonnet, short-skirted riding habit, 2 pistols garnish her small waist, and sabre hangs in baldric by her side. Such a game is playing in this Paris pandemonium, or city of all the devils. And yet the night, as Mayor Pétion walks here in the Tuileries garden, is beautiful and calm. Orion and the Pleiades glitter down quite serene. Pétion has come forth, the heat inside was so oppressive. Indeed, His Majesty's reception of him was of the roughest, as it well might be. And now there is no outgate. Mandat's blue squadrons turn you back at every grate. Nay, the Filles Saint Thomas Grenadiers give themselves liberties of tongue, how a virtuous mayor shall pay for it if there be mischief, and the like, though others again are full of civility. Surely if any man in France is in straits this night, it is Mayor Pétion, bound under pain of death, one may say, to smile dexterously with the one side of his face and weep with the other. Death if he do it not dexterously enough. Not till 4 in the morning does a National Assembly, hearing of his plight, summon him over to give account of Paris, of which he knows nothing, whereby, however, he shall get home to bed, and only his gilt coach be left. Scarcely less delicate is Syndic Roederer's task, who must wait whether he will lament or not till he see the issue. Janus Bifron, or Mr. Facing Both Ways, as vernacular Bunyan has it. They walk there in the meanwhile, these 2 Januses, with others of the like double conformation, and talk of indifferent matters. Roederer from time to time steps in to listen, to speak, to send for the department directory itself, he, the procureur syndic, not seeing how to act. The apartments are all crowded, some 700 gentlemen in black, elbowing, bustling, red Swiss standing like rocks, ghost or partial ghost of a ministry with Roederer and advisers hovering round their majesties, old Marshal Maillet kneeling at the king's feet to say, he and these gallant gentlemen are come to die for him. A list through the placid midnight, clang of the distant storm bell. So, in very sooth, steeple after steeple takes up the wondrous tale. Black courtiers listen at the windows, opened for air, discriminate the steeple bells. This is the tocsin of Saint Roch, that again, is it not Saint Jacques, named de la Boucherie? Yes, monsieur, or even Saint Germain-l'Auxerrois, hear ye it not? The same metal that rang storm 220 years ago, but by Her Majesty's order then, on St. Bartholomew's Eve. So go the steeple bells, which courtiers can discriminate. Nay, meseems there is the town hall itself, we know it by its sound. Yes, friends, that is the town hall, discoursing so to the night. Miraculously, by miraculous metal tongue and man's arm, Marat himself, if you knew it, is pulling at the rope there. Marat is pulling, Robespierre lies deep, invisible for the next 40 hours. And some men have heart, and some have as good as none, and not even frenzy will give them any. What struggling confusion, as the issue slowly draws on, and the doubtful hour, with pain and blind struggle, brings forth its certainty, never to be abolished. The full-power delegates, 3 from each section, 144 in all, got gathered at the town hall about midnight. Mandat's squadrons stationed there did not hinder their entering. Are they not the central committee of the sections who sit here usually, though in greater number tonight? They are there, presided by confusion, irresolution, and the clack of tongues. Swift scouts fly, rumour buzzes of black courtiers, red Swiss, of Mandat and his squadrons that shall charge. Better put off the insurrection? Yes, put it off. Ha! Hark! Saint Antoine booming out eloquent tocsin of its own accord. Friends, no! Ye cannot put off the insurrection, but must put it on and live with it, or die with it. Swift now, therefore, let these actual old municipals, on sight of the full powers and mandate of the sovereign elective people, lay down their functions, and this new 144 take them up. Will ye, nill ye, worthy old municipals, go ye must. Nay, is it not a happiness for many a municipal that he can wash his hands of such a business and sit there paralysed, unaccountable, till the hour do bring forth, or even go home to his night's rest? 2 only of the old, or at most 3, we retain. Mayor Pétion for the present walking in the Tuileries, Procureur Manuel, Procureur Substitute Danton, invisible atlas of the whole. And so with our 144, among whom are a Tocsin Huguenin, a Billot, a Chaumette, and Edith Italian, and Fabre d'Eglantine, sergeants, panises, and in brief either emergent or else emerged and full-blown, the entire flower of unlimited patriotism. Have we not, as by magic, made a new municipality, ready to act in the unlimited manner, and declare itself roundly in a state of insurrection? First of all, then, be Commandant Mandat sent for with that mayor's order of his. Also let the new municipals visit those squadrons that were to charge, and let the storm bell ring its loudest, and on the whole, forward, ye 144, retreat is now none for you. Reader, fancy not, in thy languid way, that insurrection is easy. Insurrection is difficult. Each individual uncertain even of his next neighbour, totally uncertain of his distant neighbours, what strength is with him, what strength is against him, certain only that, in case of failure, his individual portion is the gallows. 800,000 heads, and in each of them a separate estimate of these uncertainties, a separate theorem of action conformable to that. Out of so many uncertainties does the certainty and inevitable net result, never to be abolished, go on at all moments, bodying itself forth, leading thee also towards civic crowns or an ignominious noose. Could the reader take an Asmodeus's flight, and waving open all roofs and privacies, look down from the tower of Notre Dame, what a Paris were it! Of treble voice whimperings or vehemence, of bass voice growlings, dubitations, courage screwing itself to desperate defiance, cowardice trembling silent within barred doors, and all round dullness calmly snoring, for much dullness flung on its mattresses always sleeps. Oh, between the clangour of these high-storming tocsins and that snore of dullness, what a gamut of trepidation, excitation, desperation, and above it mere doubt, danger, atropos, and knocks! Fighters of this section draw out, hear that the next section does not, and thereupon draw in. Saint Antoine on this side of the river is uncertain of Saint Marceau on that. Steady only as the snore of dullness are the 600 Marseillais that know how to die. Mandat, twice summoned to the town hall, has not come. Scouts fly incessant in distracted haste, and the many whispering voices of rumour. Théroigne and unofficial Paris flit, dim visible, exploratory, far and wide, like night-birds on the wing. Of nationals, some 3,000 have followed Mandat and his général. The rest follow each his own theorem of the uncertainties. Theorem that one should march rather with Saint Antoine. Innumerable theorems that in such a case the wholesomest were sleep. And so the drums beat in made fits and the storm bells peal. Saint Antoine itself does but draw out and draw in. Commandant Santerre over there cannot believe that the Marseillais and Saint Marceau will march. Thou laggard sonorous beer vat with the loud voice and timber-head, is it time now to palter? Alsatian Westerman clutches him by the throat with drawn sabre, whereupon the timber-headed believes. In this manner wanes the slow night, amid fret, uncertainty, and tocsin, all men's humour rising to the hysterical pitch, and nothing done. However, Mandat on the third summons does come unguarded, astonished to find the municipality new. They question him straightly on that mayor's order to resist force by force, on that strategic scheme of cutting Saint Antoine in two halves. He answers what he can. They think it were right to send this strategic national commandant to the Abbaye prison and let a court of law decide on him. Alas, a court of law, not book law, but primeval club law, crowds and jostles out of doors, all fretted to the hysterical pitch, cruel as fear, blind as the night. Such court of law and no other clutches poor Mandat from his constables, beats him down, massacres him on the steps of the town hall. Look to it, ye new municipals, ye people in a state of insurrection. Blood is shed, blood must be answered for. Alas, in such hysterical humour more blood will flow, for it is as with the tiger in that he has only to begin. 17 individuals have been seized in the Champs-Élysées by exploratory patriotism, they flitting dim visible, by it flitting dim visible. Ye have pistols, rapiers, ye 17, one of those accursed false patrols that go marauding with anti-national intent, seeking what they can spy, what they can spill. The 17 are carried to the nearest guard-house. 11 of them escape by back passages. How is this? Demoiselle Théroigne appears at the front entrance with sabre, pistols, and a train, denounces treasonous connivance, demands, seizes the remaining 6, that the justice of the people be not trifled with, of which 6 2 more escape in the whirl and debate of the club law court. The last unhappy 4 are massacred, as Mandat was. 2 ex-bodyguards, 1 dissipated abbé, 1 royalist pamphleteer, Sulot, known to us by name, able editor, and wit of all work. Poor Sulot, his Acts of the Apostles and brisk placard journals, for he was an able man, come to finis in this manner, and questionable jesting issues suddenly in horrid earnest. Such doings usher in the dawn of the 10th of August, 1792. Or think what a night the poor National Assembly has had, sitting there in great paucity, attempting to debate, quivering and shivering, pointing towards all the 32 azimuths at once, as the magnet needle does when thunderstorm is in the air. If the insurrection come, if it come and fail, alas, in that case, may not black courtiers with blunderbusses, red Swiss with bayonets, rush over, flushed with victory, and ask us, thou undefinable, waterlogged, self-destructive legislative, what dost thou here unsunk? Or figure the poor National Guards bivouacking in temporary tents there, or standing ranked, shifting from leg to leg all through the weary night, new trickler municipals ordering one thing, old mandat captains ordering another. Procureur Manuel has ordered the cannons to be withdrawn from the Pont Neuf. None ventured to disobey him. It seemed certain then the old staff, so long doomed, has finally been dissolved in these hours, and Mandant is not our commander now, but Santerre? Yes, friends, Santerre henceforth, surely Mandat no more. The squadrons that were to charge see nothing certain except that they are cold, hungry, worn down with watching, that it was sad to slay French brothers, sadder to be slain by them. Without the Tuileries circuit, and within it, sour, uncertain humour sways these men. Only the red Swiss stand steadfast. Them their officers refresh now with a slight wetting of brandy, wherein the Nationals, too far gone for brandy, refuse to participate. King Louis, meanwhile, has laid him down for a little sleep. His wig, when he reappeared, had lost the powder on one side. Old Marshal Maillet and the gentleman in black rise, always in spirits, as the insurrection does not rise. There goes a witty saying now, "Le tocsin ne rend pas." The tocsin, like a dry milk cow, does not yield. For the rest, could one not proclaim martial law? Not easily, for now it seems Mere Pétion is gone. On the other hand, our interim commandant, poor Mandat, being off to the Hôtel de Ville, complains that so many courtiers in black encumber the service, are an eye-sorrow to the National Guards, to which Her Majesty answers with emphasis that they will obey all, will suffer all, that they are sure men, these. And so the yellow lamplight dies out in the grey of morning in the King's palace over such a scene of jostling, elbowing, of confusion and indeed conclusion, for the thing is about to end. Roederer and spectral ministers jostle in the press, consult inside cabinets with one or with both majesties. Sister Elizabeth takes the Queen to the window. "Sister, see what a beautiful sunrise, right over the Jacobins' church and that quarter. How happy if the tocsin did not yield!" But Mandat returns not. Pétion is gone. Much hangs wavering in the invisible balance. About 5 o'clock there rises from the garden a kind of sound, as of a shout to which had become a howl, and instead of "Vive le roi" were ending in "Vive la nation." "Mon Dieu!" ejaculates a spectral minister. "What is he doing down there?" For it is His Majesty gone down with old Marshal Maillet to review the troops, and the nearest companies of them answer so. Her Majesty bursts into a stream of tears, yet on stepping from the cabinet her eyes are dry and calm, her look is even cheerful. The Austrian lip and the aquiline nose, fuller than usual, gave to her countenance, says Peltier, something of majesty, which they that did not see her in these moments cannot well have an idea of. O thou Teresa's daughter! King Louis enters much blown with the fatigue, but for the rest with his old air of indifference. Of all hopes now surely the joyfullest were that the tocsin did not yield. End of Book 6, Chapter 6. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution. Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 7, The Swiss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 7, the Swiss. Unhappy friends, the tocsin does yield, has yielded. Lo ye how with the first sun rays its ocean tide of pikes and fusils flows glittering from the far east, immeasurable, born of the night. They march there, the grim host, Saint Antoine on this side of the river, Saint Merceau on that, the black-browed Marseillaise in the van, with hum and grim murmur far heard like the ocean tide, as we say, drawn up as if by lunar and influences from the great deep of waters they roll gleaming on. No king, Canute or Louis can bid them roll back. Wide eddying side currents of onlookers roll hither and thither, unarmed, not voiceless, they, the steel host, roll on. New Commandant Santerre, indeed, has taken seat at the town hall, rests there in his halfway house. Alsatian Westermann with flashing sabre does not rest, nor the sections, nor the Marseillaise, nor Demoiselle Théroigne, but roll continually on. And now, where are Mandat's squadrons that were to charge? Not a squadron of them stirs, or they stir in the wrong direction, out of the way, their officers glad that they will even do that. It is to this hour uncertain whether the squadrons on the Pont Neuf made the shadow of resistance, or did not make the shadow. Enough, the black-browed Marseillaise and Saint-Marceau following them do cross without let, do cross in sure hope now of Saint-Antoine and the rest, do billow on towards the Tuileries where their errand is. The Tuileries, at sound of them, rustles responsive. The red Swiss look to their priming. Courtiers in black draw their blunderbusses, rapiers, poniards. Some have even fire shovels, every man his weapon of war. Judge if in these circumstances Syndic Roederer felt easy. Will the kind heavens open no middle course of refuge for a poor syndic who halts between two? If indeed his Majesty would consent to go over to the Assembly. His Majesty, above all, Her Majesty, cannot agree to that. Did Her Majesty answer the proposal with a fi donc? Did she say even she would be nailed to the wall sooner? Apparently not. It is written also that she offered the king a pistol, saying, "Now or else never was the time to show himself." Close eyewitnesses did not see it, nor do we. That saw only that she was queen-like, quiet, that she argued not, upbraided not with the inexorable, but, like Caesar in the Capitol, wrapped her mantle as it beseems queens and sons of Adam to do. But thou, O Louis, of what stuff art thou at all? Is there no stroke in thee then for life and crown? The silliest hunted deer dies not so. Art thou the languidest of all mortals, or the mildest mannered? Thou art the worst starred. The tide advances. Syndic Roederers and all men's straits grow straighter and straighter. Frumescent clangour comes from the armed nationals in the court. Far and wide is the infinite hubbub of tongues. What counsel? And the tide is now nigh. Messengers, forerunners, speak hastily through the outer gates, hold parley sitting astride the walls. Syndic Roederer goes out and comes in. Cannoneers ask him, "Are we to fire against the people?" King's ministers ask him, "Shall the king's house be forced?" Syndic Roederer has a hard game to play. He speaks to the cannoneers with eloquence, with fervour, such fervour as a man can who has to blow hot and cold in one breath. Hot and cold, O Roederer, we for our part cannot live and die. The cannoneers, by way of answer, fling down their linstocks. Think of this answer, O King Louis and King's ministers, and take a poor syndic's safe middle course towards the salle de manège. King Louis sits, his hands leant on knees, body bent forward, gazes for a space fixedly on Syndic Roederer, then answers, looking over his shoulder to the Queen, "Marchons." They march, King Louis, Queen, Sister Elizabeth, the two royal children and governors, these with Syndic Roederer and officials of the department, amid a double rank of National Guards. The men with blunderbusses, the steady red Swiss, gaze mournfully, reproachfully, but hear only these words from Syndic Roederer, "The king is going to the assembly, make way." It has struck 8 on all clocks some minutes ago. The king has left the Tuileries forever. O ye stanch Swiss, ye gallant gentlemen in black, for what a cause are ye to spend and be spent? Look out from the western windows, ye may see King Louis placidly holding on his way, the poor little Prince Royal sportfully kicking the fallen leaves. Frumescent multitude on the terrace of the Feuillants whirls parallel to him, one man in it very noisy with a long pole. Will they not obstruct the outer staircase and back entrance of the salle when it comes to that? King's guards can go no further than the bottom step there. Lo, deputation of legislators comes out. He of the long pole is stilled by oratory. Assembly's guards join themselves to King's guards, and all may mount in this case of necessity. The outer staircase is free or passable. See, royalty ascends. A blue grenadier lifts the poor little Prince Royal from the press. Royalty has entered in. Royalty has vanished forever from your eyes. And ye? Left standing there amid the yawning abysses and earthquake of insurrection, without course, without command. If he perish, it must be as more than martyrs, as martyrs who are now without a cause. The black courtiers disappear mostly through such issues as they can. The poor Swiss know not how to act. One duty only is clear to them, that of standing by their post, and they will perform that. But the glittering steel tide has arrived. It beats now against the chateau barriers and eastern courts, irresistible, loud surging, far and wide, breaks in, fills the court of the Carousel. Black-browed Marseillais is in the van. King Louis is gone, say you, over to the Assembly? Well and good, but till the Assembly pronounce forfeiture on him, what boots it? Our post is in that chateau or stronghold of his. There till then must we continue. Think ye, stanch Swiss, whether it were good that grim murder began and brothers blasted one another in pieces for a stone edifice? Poor Swiss, they know not how to act. From the southern windows some fling cartridges in signs of brotherhood. On the eastern outer staircase, and within, through long stairs and corridors, they stand, firm-ranked, peaceable, and yet refusing to stir. Westermann speaks to them in Alsatian German. Marseillais plead in hot Provençal speech and pantomime. Stunning hubbub pleads and threatens, infinite around. The Swiss stand fast, peaceable, and yet immovable, red granite pier in that waste-flashing sea of steel. Who can help the inevitable issue? Marseillais and all France on this side, granite Swiss on that. The pantomime grows hotter and hotter, Marseillais' sabres flourishing by way of action, the Swiss brow also clouding itself, the Swiss thumb bringing its firelock to the cock. And hark! High thundering above all the din, 3 Marseillais cannon from the Carousel, pointed by a gunner of bad aim, come rattling over the roofs. Ye Swiss, therefore, fire! The Swiss fire by volley, by platoon, in rolling fire. Marseillais men, not a few, and a tall man that was louder than any, lie silent, smashed upon the pavement. Not a few Marseillais, after the long dusty march, have made halt here. The Carousel is void, the black tide recoiling, fugitives rushing as far as Saint-Antoine before they stop. The cannoneers without linstock have squatted invisible and left their cannon, which the Swiss seize. Think what a volley, reverberating doomful to the 4 corners of Paris and through all hearts, like the clang of Bellona's thongs. The black-browed Marseillais, rallying on the instant, have become black demons that know how to die. Nor is Brest behindhand, nor Alsatian Westermann. Demoiselle Théroigne is Sybil Théroigne. Vengeance, victoire, ou la mort. From all patriot artillery, great and small, from Feuillants terrace and all terraces and places of the widespread insurrectionary sea, there roars responsive a red whirlwind. Blue nationals ranked in the garden cannot help their muskets going off against foreign murderers. For there is a sympathy in muskets, in heaped masses of men. Nay, are not mankind in whole like tuned strings, and a cunning infinite concordance and unity? You smite one string, and all strings will begin sounding, in soft sphere melody, in deafening screech of madness. Mounted gendarmerie gallop distracted, are fired on merely as a thing running, galloping over the Pont Royal, or one knows not whither. The brain of Paris, brain-fevered in the centre of it here, has gone mad, what you call taken fire. Behold, the fire slackens not, nor does the Swiss rolling fire slacken from within. Nay, they clutched cannon as we saw, and now from the other side they clutch 3 pieces more. Alas, cannon without linstock, nor with the steel and flint answer, though they try it. Had it chanced to answer. Patriot onlookers have their misgivings. One strangest patriot onlooker thinks that the Swiss, had they a commander, would beat. He is a man not unqualified to judge. The name of him is Napoleon Bonaparte. And onlookers and women stand gazing, and the witty Dr. Moore of Glasgow among them. On the other side of the river, cannon rush rumbling past them, pause on the Pont Royal, belch out their iron entrails there against the Tuileries, and at every new belch the women and onlookers shout and clap hands. City of all the devils! In remote streets men are drinking breakfast coffee, following their affairs with a start now and then as some dull echo reverberates a note louder. And here Marseillais fall wounded, but Barbaroux has surgeons. Barbaroux is close by, managing, though underhand and under cover. Marseillais fall death-struck, bequeath their firelocks, specify in which pocket are the cartridges, and die, murmuring, "Revenge me, revenge thy country." Brest-Federa officers galloping in red coats are shot as Swiss. Lo you, the carousel has burst into flame. Paris pandemonium. Nay, the poor city, as we said, is in fever fit and convulsion. Such crisis has lasted for the space of some half hour. But what is this that with legislative insignia ventures through the hubbub and death hail from the back entrance of the Manège towards the Tuileries and Swiss, written order from His Majesty to cease firing? Oh, ye hapless Swiss, why was there no order not to begin it? Gladly would the Swiss cease firing, but who will bid mad insurrection cease firing? To insurrection you cannot speak, neither can it, hydra-headed, hear. The dead and dying by the hundred lie all around, are borne bleeding through the streets towards help, the sight of them like a torch of the Furies kindling madness. Patriot Paris roars as the bear bereaved of her whelps. On, ye patriots, vengeance, victory or death! There are men seen who rush on, armed only with walking sticks. Terror and fury rule the hour. The Swiss, pressed on from without, paralysed from within, have ceased to shoot, but not to be shot. What shall they do? Desperate is the moment. Shelter or instant death, yet how? Where? One party flies out by the Rue de l'Echelle, is destroyed utterly, en entier. A second, by the other side, throws itself into the garden, hurrying across a keen fusillade, rushes suppliant into the National Assembly, finds pity and refuge in the back benches there. The third and largest darts out in column, 300 strong, towards the Champs-Élysées. Ah, could we but reach Courbevoie, where other Swiss are! Woe, see, in such fusillade the column soon breaks itself by diversity of opinion into distracted segments, this way and that, to escape in holes, to die fighting from street to street. The firing and murdering will not cease, not yet for long. The red porters of hotels are shot at, be they Swiss by nature or Swiss only in name. The very firemen who pump and labour on that smoking carousel are shot at. Why should the carousel not burn? Some Swiss take refuge in private houses, find that mercy too does still dwell in the heart of man. The brave Marseillais are merciful, late so wroth, and labour to save. Journalist Gossat pleads hard with infuriated groups. Clemence, the wine merchant, stumbles forward to the bar of the assembly, a rescued Swiss in his hand, tells passionately how he rescued him with pain and peril, how he will henceforth support him, being childless himself, and falls a swoon round the poor Swiss's neck amid plaudits. But the most are butchered and even mangled. 50, some say 80, were marched as prisoners by National Guards to the Hôtel de Ville. The ferocious people burst through on them in the Place de Grève, massacres them to the last man. O peuple, envy of the universe, peuple in mad Gaelic effervescence. Surely few things in the history of carnage are painfuller. What ineffaceable red streak flickering so sad in the memory is that of this poor column of red Swiss, breaking itself in the confusion of opinions, dispersing into blackness and death. Honour to you, brave men, honourable pity through long times. Not martyrs were ye, and yet almost more. He was no king of yours, this Louis, and he forsook you like a king of shreds and patches. Ye were but sold to him for some poor sixpence a day, yet would ye work for your wages, keep your plighted word. The work now was to die, and ye did it. Honour to you, O kinsman, and may the old Deutsch Biederkeit and Tapferkeit and valour which is worth and truth, be they Swiss, be they Saxon, fail in no age. Not bastards. True born were these men, sons of the men of Sempach, of Merton, who knelt, but not to thee, O Burgundy. Let the traveller, as he passes through Lucerne, turn aside to look a little at their monumental lion, not for Terwaldsen's sake alone. Hewn out of living rock, the figure rests there by the still lake waters, in lullaby of distant tinkling Rance des Vaches, the granite mountains dumbly keeping watch all round, and though inanimate, speaks. End of Book 6, Chapter 7. The French Revolution, A History by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2, The Constitution, Book 6, The Marseillaise, Chapter 8, Constitution Burst in Pieces. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Book 6, Chapter 8, Constitution Burst in Pieces. Thus is the 10th of August won and lost. Patriotism reckons it slain by 1,000 on 1,000, so deadly was the Swiss fire from these windows, but will finally reduce them to some 1,200. No child's play was it, nor is it. Till 2 in the afternoon the massacring, the breaking and the burning has not ended, nor the loose bedlam shut itself again. How deluges of frantic sans-culottism roared through all passages of this Tuileries, ruthless in vengeance, how the valets were butchered, hewn down, and Dame Campan saw the Marseille sabre flash over her head, but the black-browed said, "Va-t'en, get thee gone," and flung her from him unstruck. How in the cellars wine bottles were broken, wine butts were staved in and drunk, and upwards to the very garrets all windows tumbled out their precious royal furnitures, and with gold mirrors, velvet curtains, down of ripped feather beds, and dead bodies of men, the Tuileries was like no garden of the earth. All this let him who has a taste for it see amply in Mercier, in acrid Montgaillard or Boileau of the Deux Amis. 180 bodies of Swiss lie piled there, naked, unremoved till the second day. Patriotism has torn their red coats into snips, and marches with them at the pike's point. The ghastly bare corpses lie there, under the sun and under the stars, the curious of both sexes crowding to look, which let not us do. Above 100 carts heaped with dead fare towards the cemetery of Sainte Madeleine, bewailed, bewept, for all had kindred, all had mothers, if not here, then there. It is one of those carnage fields such as you read of by the name Glorious Victory, brought home in this case to one's own door. But the black-browed Marseillais have struck down the tyrant of the chateau. He is struck down, low and hardly to rise. What a moment for an august legislative was that when the hereditary representative entered under such circumstances, and the grenadier carrying the little royal out of the press set him down on the assembly table. A moment which one had to smooth off with oratory, waiting what the next would bring. Louis said few words. He has come hither to prevent a great crime. He believed himself safer nowhere than here. President Vergniaud answered briefly in vague oratory, as we say, about defence of constituted authorities, about dying at our post. And so King Louis sat him down, first here, then there. For a difficulty arose, the Constitution not permitting us to debate while the King is present. Finally he settles himself with his family in the loge of the logographe, in the reporter's box of a journalist, which is beyond the enchanted constitutional circuit, separated from it by a rail. To such lodge of the logographe, measuring some 10 feet square, with a small closet at the entrance of it behind, is the King of broad France now limited. Here can he and his sit pent, under the eyes of the world, or retire into their closet at intervals for the space of 16 hours. Such quiet, peculiar moment has the legislative lived to see. But also what a moment was that other, a few minutes later, when the 3 Marseillais cannon went off, and the Swiss rolling fire and universal thunder, like the crack of doom, began to rattle. Honourable members start to their feet, stray bullets singing epicedium even here, shivering in with window glass and jingle. No, this is our post, let us die here. They sit, therefore, like stone legislators. But may not the lodge of the logographe be forced from behind? Tear down the railing that divides it from the enchanted constitutional circuit. Ushers tear and tug, His Majesty himself aiding from within. The railing gives way. Majesty and legislative are united in place, unknown destiny hovering over both. Rattle and again rattle went the thunder, one breathless, wide-eyed messenger rushing in after another. King's orders to the Swiss went out. It was a fearful thunder, but as we know, it ended. Breathless messengers, fugitive Swiss, denunciatory patriots, trepidation, finally tripudiation. Before 4 o'clock much has come and gone. The new municipals have come and gone, with 3 flags, Liberté, Égalité, Patrie, and the clang of vivats. Vergniaud, he who as president few hours ago talked of dying for constitutional authorities, has moved, as committee reporter, that the hereditary representative be suspended, that a national convention do forthwith assemble to say what further. An able report, which the president must have had ready in his pocket. A president in such cases must have much ready, and yet not ready, and Janus-like look before and after. King Louis listens to all, retires about midnight to 3 little rooms on the upper floor till the Luxembourg be prepared for him and the safeguard of the nation. Safer if Brunswick were once here, or alas, not so safe? Ye hapless, discrowned heads, crowds came next morning to catch a glimpse of them in their 3 upper rooms. Montgaillard says the august captives wore an air of cheerfulness, even of gaiety, that the Queen and Princess Lamballe, who had joined her overnight, looked out of the open window, shook powder from their hair on the people below, and laughed. He is an acrid, distorted man. For the rest, one may guess that the legislative, above all that the new municipality, continues busy. Messengers, municipal or legislative, and swift dispatches rush off to all corners of France, full of triumph blended with indignant wail, for 1,200 have fallen. France sends up its blended shout responsive. The 10th of August shall be as the 14th of July, only bloodier and greater. The court has conspired, Poor court, the court has been vanquished, and will have both the scath to bear and the scorn. How the statues of kings do now all fall. Bronze Henri himself, though he wore a cockade once, jingles down from the Pont Neuf, where Patrie floats in danger. Much more does Louis XIV from the Place Vendôme jingle down, and even breaks in falling. The curious can remark, written on his horse's shoe, 12 Août 1692, a century and a day. The 10th of August was Friday. The week is not done when our old patriot ministry is recalled. What of it can be got? Strict Roland, Geneviève Clavière, add heavy Monge, the mathematician, once a stone-hewer, and for Minister of Justice, Danton, led hither, as himself says in one of his gigantic figures, through the breach of patriot cannon. These, under legislative committees, must rule the wreck as they can, confusedly enough, with an old legislative waterlogged, with a new municipality so brisk. But National Convention will get itself together, and then, without delay, however, let a new jury court and criminal tribunal be set up in Paris to try the crimes and conspiracies of the 10th. High Court of Orleans is distant, slow. The blood of the 1200 patriots, whatever become of other blood, shall be inquired after. Tremble, ye criminals and conspirators, the Minister of Justice is Danton. Robespierre, too, after the victory, sits in the new municipality, insurrectionary, improvised municipality, which calls itself Council General of the Commune. For 3 days now, Louis and his family have heard the legislative debates in the lodge of the logographe, and retired nightly to their small upper rooms. The Luxembourg and safeguard of the nation could not be got ready. Nay, it seems the Luxembourg has too many cellars and issues. No municipality can undertake to watch it. The compact prison of the Temple, not so elegant indeed, were much safer. To the Temple, therefore. On Monday, 13th day of August, 1792, in Mayor Pétion's carriage, Louis and his sad, suspended household fare thither. All Paris out to look at them. As they pass through the Place Vendôme, Louis XIV's statue lies broken on the ground. Pétion is afraid the Queen's looks may be thought scornful and produce provocation. She casts down her eyes and does not look at all. The press is prodigious but quiet. Here and there it shouts "Vive la Nation," but for most part gazes in silence. French royalty vanishes within the gates of the Temple. These old peaked towers, like peaked extinguisher or bonsoir, do cover it up, from which same towers poor Jacques Molay and his Templars were burnt out by French royalty 5 centuries since. Such are the turns of fate below. Foreign ambassadors, English Lord Gower, have all demanded passports, are driving indignantly towards their respective homes. So, then, the Constitution is over? For ever and a day. Gone is that wonder of the universe, first biennial Parliament, waterlogged, waits only till the Convention come, and will then sink to endless depths. One can guess the silent rage of old constituents, constitution builders, extinct feuillants, men who thought the Constitution would march. Lafayette rises to the altitude of the situation at the head of his army. Legislative commissioners are posting towards him and it on the northern frontier to congratulate and perorate. He orders the municipality of Sedan to arrest these commissioners and keep them strictly in ward as rebels till he say further. The Sedan municipals obey. The Sedan municipals obey, but the soldiers of the Lafayette army? The soldiers of the Lafayette army have, as all soldiers have, a kind of dim feeling that they themselves are sans-culottes in buff belts, that the victory of the 10th of August is also a victory for them. They will not rise and follow Lafayette to Paris. They will rise and send him thither. On the 18th, which is but next Saturday, Lafayette, with some 2 or 3 indignant staff officers, one of whom is old constituent Alexandre de la Meth, having first put his lines in what order he could, rides swiftly over the marches towards Holland, rides, alas, swiftly into the claws of Austrians. He, long wavering, trembling on the verge of the horizon, has set in Olmut's dungeons. This history knows him no more. Adieu, thou hero of two worlds, thinnest but compact honour-worthy man. Through long rough nights of captivity, through other tumults, triumphs and changes, thou wilt swing well, fast anchored to the Washington formula, and be the hero and perfect character were it only of one idea. The Sedan municipals repent and protest. The soldiers shout "Vive la Nation!" Dumouriez Polymatus from his camp at Maulde sees himself made commander-in-chief. And oh, Brunswick, what sort of military execution will Paris merit now? Forward, ye well-drilled exterminatory men, with your artillery wagons and camp kettles jingling. Forward, tall chivalrous King of Prussia, fanfaronading emigrants and war-god Broglie, for some consolation to mankind, which verily is not without need of some. End of Book 6, Chapter 8. End of the French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle, Volume 2.